It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
65 degrees right now. Going to be 86. Damn it.
Damn.
Partly cloudy, midday, mostly sunny, starting at 2. And yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Toasty.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I'm sweating my ass off going to sleep. Shut.
Why are you wearing black T-shirt for? What are you, golfing with Johnny Cash?
Why are you wearing black T-shirt for?
Like you're in a black T-shirt.
You're wearing a sweater.
I don't sweat.
I don't sweat in my sweater.
It's actually a little cool this morning.
Yeah, wow. Why are you wearing a black T-shirt? It's actually a little cool. It's what it is. I don't sweat in my sweater.
I don't.
Okay.
I run very cool.
You look like a guidance counselor. What a douchebag.
You do. You do look like a guidance counselor.
Well, those are nice people. They guide America.
Yeah, thank God you're not one.
God in America. You know, it's interesting you start by criticizing my outfit. Because how many men, give me a percentage of men do you think care how fashionable they are when they leave the house every day?
Zero.
You're part of man, so it's not zero.
Really? I don't feel like it in this room. I would say it's got to be very low. Less than 10%. And those 10%, they probably have to for their job.
Give me thoughts.
I think it's way more than you think, and I think even those guys that you think don't look put together think that they look. Either they think they look put together or they tried to look put together.
Okay.
I think that they care, but they can only do so much.
So that's the perfect transition into what we're getting at here, because looking fashionable is hard. Especially if you're a man. I mean, women get tips all the time as to what they should wear, what they can do.
Yeah, and they've been doing it their whole lives.
We don't. I mean, you stumbled upon brilliance.
I can't believe they still had these shoes for sale.
The rest of us, however, there is now a very simple rule for all of you men listening, how to look fashionable leaving the house every day. And it's called the sandwich method.
The sandwich?
Yes.
All right.
It's a formula.
Yes, it's an easy way to choose an outfit. It means matching the top to... Oh, how do I put this?
The top to your pants to your shirt?
No. That's not a sandwich, buddy. So your shirt and your shoes should match color.
Should match color.
Should match color.
So you'd only wear like a brown shirt or a black shirt?
If you have white shoes, white shirt. If you have black shoes, black shirt. Stuff like that. It's called a sandwich because your pants are the meat in the middle of your color sandwich. But it also...
Pack that meat in tight.
It also works for like hat and pants. If you're going to wear like, I don't know, black ball cap, wear a black pair of pants. Something like that. That way you are matching, according to this story, without looking too matchy. Like, for example, I screwed it up today.
Well, you got a black hat, white shoe.
And a black hat, white shoe,
it
green
gets
shorts.
lighter as you go down.
See, I thought I was matching my black T-shirt with my black hat. I thought I was nailing it, and then I found this morning, and apparently I look like an idiot.
Yeah, I don't know if men may take that a little too literally. Like if they're wearing like a bright red shirt, do they also feel like they have to wear bright red shoes?
Well, that's what I get out of this.
Because I feel like that wouldn't work with. It would limit your wardrobe. You wouldn't be able
maybe
to.
Maybe that's their point.
Yeah,
keep you in a box.
Well, no, I mean I have found the older I get, you and I have gone the opposite way. The older I get, the more I am simplifying what I wear, right? Whereas you look like a goddamn peacock.
Yeah, you have like no problem branching out.
You're like Elton John on a bender. Tommy and his pants. Right? Like, I mean...
But then you end up in a Hawaiian Harley Davidson shirt and shower sandals and socks.
Shower sandals.
And they think that's nailing it, right?
No. That's not oversimplifying. When I mean oversimplifying, Kimmy, I think your husband's starting to do this too.
What's he doing?
Just like solid colored T-shirts.
Just all black.
Right?
Right. That's all. It's his go-to now. I'm just gonna wear all black everything.
Like dark color. I'm not gonna sweat through it.
He has turned into a tiny Italian woman.
My husband had died. I'm not happy. No, I mean, like, it's the easiest way to make sure you just don't look like an idiot every day. Black goes with everything. Black doesn't show stains. The only thing that sucks is I live with 3 women and 2 dogs, so I've got hair all over all my black stuff.
All right.
But what are you gonna do?
Well, maybe you go like remember like Steve Jobs always had the same outfit on all the time.
Yeah, black.
And it was because he didn't want to make the decision.
Sure.
Yeah.
He just, that's what I wear every day.
Took
I don't
the
want to think
guesswork
about
out of it.
And it almost becomes like his brand.
Yeah. I mean, he was a really smart guy.
Oh, he's sharp.
Except that whole I'm just going to eat fruit when I get cancer thing. That wasn't a good move.
Okay, but other than that,
But that was like his parting shot, though, right? Like, I mean, hey, we invented Apple, but then I killed myself. Turns out this banana doesn't cure cancer. Who would have saw that coming?
so maybe you go like that. You stick with a look and you just kind of keep it base.
Okay, so just to be clear, Kimmy, he started this break by insulting me for wearing a black shirt, and then looped around to,
Steve Jobs.
It's good for you.
super smart guy wears black stuff all the time. Maybe you should be more like him.
I lay my clothes out. I think about it. Yes.
Okay, when you say
I've always been like this.
Okay, no, I'm not criticizing you. You do you, man.
Everything's got to be pressed. Everything's got to be clean.
I just don't understand why.
I don't know.
Because, like,
I think it started in military school.
Okay, why don't you lay down on this couch and we'll break it
No,
down.
but like in military school, they made you do all that stuff. Everything had to be clean. Everything had to be pressed. Everything had to be shined. If you had a scuffed up shoe, you had to go back to your dorm and shine them, and then you had to go back to class.
Okay, I get it. I get wanting to look, like, put together. What I don't get about you, Tommy, is the risks that you take.
You
I'm
do
a risk
take
taker.
some risks.
Hang it out there, baby.
No, but you're not. You're the opposite of that at every other point in your life. Like,
Seems like every
I take a risk coming in here.
oh, my butt.
Yes, thank you. It's sore.
Tommy and his butt.
As of recently, I think like it's been about every year you've added something new to your wardrobe. So last year I would say it was the socks.
Big sock guy.
This year it was the turtlenecks. And I think that you have something in your future that you've been
Well, you know
eyeing,
what's coming.
You haven't
what's
committed
coming.
yet.
Why haven't you pulled the trigger on the hats yet?
I'm still feeling them out.
Bro, it's been 2 months.
I'm looking at fedoras
Don't.
and pork pies.
Don't.
And they make summer color ones.
Bro, don't do
Summer
it.
color.
And they make ones that would look like my socks, but on my head. It's like a head sock. It's a hat. It's like a sock for your head. These fedoras are cool, man.
No, they're not.
Oh my God, you just said that out loud.
Bro.
I'm so worried for you.
Bro.
And they show these cool guys smoking cigars, drinking cognac, and they had the cool
Those
cigar.
guys have always looked that way. You're just seeing them in a new light.
All right, listen to me right now, because I'm
I'm
your
getting a
friend.
fedora.
No, look, I'm your friend.
I'm gonna look like little Frank.
I've known you a long time, and I'm saying this because I love you. Are you ready? For 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years. You have crushed men that go to the Jazz Fest down on Jazz Street for wearing exactly what you're describing. And now, all of a sudden, I don't know what the hell happened to you.
I'm going to bring it all together.
I don't know if you fell off the ladder and hit your head. I don't know what's going on here. You're going to look like an idiot. Do not buy a fedora or a pork pie hat. Don't do it.
But
So-
we said the same thing about the turtlenecks, and
And
we got used to
No,
it.
but he looks like an idiot. It doesn't mean he doesn't look like an idiot. He looks like a white head almost popped. But you were saying
Well, now I'm going to put a hat on it. They make all kind of hats. Like the hat technology is off the charts.
It's the same hats, bro.
No, the colors are different. The styles
You
are
just
different.
said I'm gonna look like Little Frank. That ain't like new
No,
technology.
but the colors are. You'll see what I'm talking
Man,
about.
I can't.
And I'm even looking at some like those Jeffs, like those Peaky Blinder
okay,
looking caps.
that
Wait
is
a minute.
that's the universal old man hat.
My wife bought me that hat,
Yeah.
and you
it's-
crushed me for wearing that hat.
Well, because you Irished it up too much.
What are
You were wearing a kilt.
I just put it on my head. I wore it with a suit when I was in England. You crushed me for that.
Well, you're trying too hard to fit in.
Shut up! Trying too hard to fit
Call
in.
me
Look,
on your mobile after you watch the telly.
Well, I was in the loo, so I had nothing else to do.
What is such a wanker?
252 WCMF. We started this conversation talking about high men's fashion, which doesn't really exist unless you're Tommy Muley. And the easiest way to get dressed in the morning, if you care what people think, according to this new article, is called the sandwich method. Long story short, your hat matches your pants or your shirt matches your shoes. That way you're matching, but not too matchy, which means I missed it this morning, but you nailed it. Your socks match your sweater. So you look super handsome.
Yeah, thank you.
Going back to the point I was trying to make initially.
What's up?
I get the pressing thing. I get that that's inside you, right? And I get you wanting to look sharp.
Presentable.
Okay. But there's a difference between presentable and what you're doing. And I'll ask you this very simple question, and I want you to think about it.
What's up?
Who are you trying to impress?
Me. I want to be happy.
Okay. You're never happy. No, wait a minute.
I am crazy about me. I love me. I can't get enough of me.
Wait.
What?
You put on the outfits, and you come in here because you want to be happy, and you spend every day being the most miserable prick I've ever met in my life.
Well, it's an eternal struggle. It's a lifelong struggle.
Okay, yeah, no. I mean, I like nobody looks at your outfit, and I mean this with all due respect.
Yeah.
I mean this with all due respect. Nobody looks at you here or at Wegmans or at the coffee, whatever, and goes, "Wow." Nobody. It's never happened.
I get compliments all the time on my stuff.
From who? Like
People?
Like just strangers or
No,
people
the
you
people
know?
I buy the stuff from when I. It says, I hope you enjoy your purchase. I'm sure that looks great on you. That's a compliment.
I'm just saying, you spend a lot of money.
Would you like to buy more of this? Yes.
You spend a lot of money and you take a lot of time on something that nobody's noticing.
But I feel good about it.
That's good.
And that's all that matters.
It is. It's as long as I feel internally happy and beautiful.
Okay, again, this is gonna sound mean, but I'm just trying to help you.
No, you're not trying to help anybody.
I am trying to help you. No,
my ass, you're trying to help. I'm 65. You think I'm gonna churn it around now
I
because
don't
you
know.
want me to wear
You
a...
are open to change.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
my
most guys your age, they have been wearing the same shirt for the last like 30, 40 years.
He's down the hall. Or that guy also retired.
See, now you're acting out because we made fun of your outfit. Now you want to hurt everybody.
I give you credit in the fact that you are willing to switch it up because most guys your age, I would say, they're not. They have already found their look and they're sticking to it.
Like the one thing that pissed me off, like my wife goes, "Don't wear those white shoes anymore," right?
Well, I'm with her on that.
Yeah, and then they come back around. Now white
I have
shoe
not
all over
seen
the
white
place.
shoes.
No.
Where have you seen white
All
loafers?
over.
No, here's what he's getting at.
On the internet?
Your husband and I have white Vans.
Yeah, but
and-
those are sneakers.
No, he thinks that his white loafers are the same as our white Vans.
No, not the same.
Well, they're like the
category.
old man white sneakers.
No, they're not. You look like Cousin Eddie from Vacation. You know, they say it's hamburger helper, but that thing tastes delicious on its own. And by the way, man, like, your wife knows better than you.
Of course she does, and we fight all the time about.
Okay, but see, here's the thing: the way you spoke, it sounds like you don't believe she knows better than you. It feels
Or
like
you don't care.
It feels like you know fashion more than your wife. At least that's what you think.
Hey, I dressed like this when she met me. Obviously, you liked it then.
Yeah, you like this package, baby? Really? First date, you went out in white loafers?
No, but I was dressed like a European douchebag.
Did you?
I had the pointy shoes, I had the loud shirt, the tight jeans, and that loud jacket. You know that look. I had the same jacket that Sandy Waters' mother had. Remember, she brought it in, and I could fit in it.
Couple old Italians.
It was that purple crushed velvet.
Yeah, you look like Sicilian Prince.
Yeah. A prince.
Why did you bathe in the waters of Lake Marinara? All right. So, moral of the story is you don't have to try all that hard to look put together. And if you are trying that hard to look put together, maybe you're hiding something. That's all I'm saying.
You're covering up.
Yeah.
You're hiding.
Pain, disgust,
Oh yeah.
perversion.
Yeah. And that's just this morning.
We got a dynamite nice sweater kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Speaking of perversion, Tommy.
What's them perverts doing? Preverts?
Just after 7 o'clock, there's an issue going down in Avon. At least one man thinks there is.
Oh, okay.
So he lives next to a place that he believes illicit sexual illegality is happening.
House of the Rising Sun.
And this man is going out of his way to not only try and prove something's going down, but shut this place down.
I get it. I think what shocks me, a guy is doing this.
Well, I mean, look, it is
That kind of like floors me.
it is illegal.
I know, but
Look, we can have an ethical debate.
Yeah.
We'll have it.
I always thought a woman would do this, not a man.
Okay. But here's the thing. In this story, there is no proof that this is happening.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, they talked to the police department, and we'll get to a whole bunch of stuff around there. But
Right.
it seems that this man has an issue with what he believes is going on there. It seems the bigger issue is it happening in his small town.
Oh.
And we'll get to all of it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Plus, it's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, that new hot segment.
What's that called?
Where they in the hood.
All right. Kimmy's got her neighborhood app. She's removed town names and town references, street names. She's going to read it out loud. Everybody that can hear our voices, we're going to listen.
You have to listen, you little perverts.
That's right. And because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining. We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock. Set your phone alarm right now so you can come on back or stay with us. Look, you got nothing better.
Enjoy.
Come on, man. Life sucks.
We're talking shirts and shoes right now.
Man. Well, let's talk groceries.
Oh, all right.
Because there is a national store that a lot of people love here in Rochester that has made an announcement. They are lowering prices on a whole bunch of items because of the way things are going in the economy.
Okay.
And people are now standing up and applauding this company. Thank you. But I think there's a fair question to be asked.
What's that?
If they can lower prices this significantly now, why did they get this high in the first place? We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Retail stores are doing all they can to stop a revolt, Tommy.
What's going on?
Well, customers are pissed at how expensive products have gotten. And one major retailer, along with a couple others, have decided to make a move that has their shoppers now standing up and applauding.
Okay.
But in doing this, aren't you kind of admitting something else?
Yeah.
You know,
You bring
realizing?
up a very good point.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, we know that Rochester loves celebrity, that we will attach ourselves to anybody that gets famous, no matter how short a period of time they were either born, lived in as a kid, or spent in Rochester.
Who we got now?
Bro, here's the thing.
Yeah.
This might be the most interesting celebrity story Rochester has.
So you think it's legit?
No, it is legit. We know it's legit. There's historical documents that show it.
How far back we got to go?
No, I mean, it's a century, but
A century?
it's the first ever one of these in the history of the world.
How is this not like a known thing? Like, we embrace our history here, right? Like all the weird little things that we latch onto, and this wasn't one of them.
It might be how the story ends, is why maybe we didn't latch. Or we just forgot about it. But when you hear this story, we'll tell you about it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Target,
Yeah.
also known as Kimmy's home mothership.
Who doesn't love a Target?
I don't love Target. You're not a big Target person.
No, but moms love Target.
Moms, Taylor Swift fans, any woman between the ages of like 7 and 70 live for Target. And they have made a major announcement.
What'd they score?
They are cutting prices across the country this summer.
It's like slashing. Huh?
You got it. Story in USA Today says there will be reductions on over 5,000 items store-wide.
Wow.
Everything from food to 4th of July, Memorial Day essentials, all the way up to back-to-school stuff.
So this is like a gift.
It is. And, Tommy, customers are ecstatic because right now, I mean, every dime helps.
So tight, Pat.
Target is also patting themselves on the back for this move. Quote, these price reductions will collectively save consumers millions of dollars this summer.
Wow.
And by the way, Target isn't the only company doing this. Now, it seems that Target's reductions will be the most drastic, but both Aldi's and Walmart have made similar announcements.
Now, how slashing are all these going to go?
So,
It's already like base food, right?
they're just going to start handing you free loaves.
Is that what
of
it
bread.
is? They give you $1 when you come in?
All right, so obviously, if you're hearing this news and you're struggling, which a lot of people are, it's
Sure.
welcome and it's exciting.
Yeah.
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so stay with me.
Yeah.
If Target can reduce prices now, why did the prices get to the level that they're at?
Gee, because
How to get there in the first place?
So the money, where was that money going?
Yeah.
To the cost of the product?
Yeah. Right?
Or was Mr. Target like doing really good?
Talking about Steve Target?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if Target can still make money cutting prices on 5,000 items in this moment right now,
Right.
they could have made that money without raising prices in the first place?
Sure.
And if my logic is off, tell me why. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because I will fully admit, I am no
Because
economist.
COVID's long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone.
And in that moment, you would understand why, right? There were legitimate shortages on things. It was hard to get stuff into the country based on what was going
But
on.
all the prices went up because they did, to your point.
You got it.
But then when everything was fully back, we got to recoup.
Yeah,
Our losses of COVID.
but recoup what? Because grocery stores were making money hand over fist.
They were open the whole time.
Yes,
man.
exactly. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm being cynical, although we are a cynical show, so.
Yeah.
It seems less like a, hey, guys, we're doing you a favor, and more like, hey, we got caught, and we're not going to admit it, but look at all this cool cheap stuff over here.
Yeah, it's a CT. Come on in.
But but we're getting back what we want, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
But it does make you look like a giant dick.
Sure.
Is this admitting that you were just price gouging everybody the whole time?
Yeah.
Unless you know where, like, did some of that cost come from, like, shipping and stuff like that, where maybe that went down so they could take the prices? I don't know. I'm just thinking of, like, what would have changed where maybe they could lower the
Nothing.
prices now.
Okay, well, it's
Nothing. They were making a ton of profit.
Yeah.
And they knew it.
Well, look, it's a valid question
Because
Timmy's asking.
there were times where, like, everything went up.
But that
so
was
I'm sure
COVID.
that,
But that stopped.
yeah.
Shelves are full. To Pat's point, been full for quite some time. Prices are still kind of hanging up there.
Shelves are full.
Okay.
Like, are things more expensive? And I'm asking this question not of Target, but of everything, right? And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are things more expensive because now they cost more? Or are things more expensive because the stores and the suppliers see what we're willing to spend?
You got used to it.
And that's what they're going to charge us.
Right.
because moves like this from some of the biggest retailers in the U.S. kind of makes me feel like it's the second one. Like they were going to push us to the point where we were going to be like, this is ridiculous. And then be like, guys, come here. Put our arm around us. Here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to charge you what it's worth.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's what it is.
Is that it? Now, again, like I really appreciate you being on my side here and like being like, yeah, that sounds great. But we're really dumb.
But think of how much you get used to like high prices. Like it just becomes your normal.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they tell me now gas is $3.50 a gallon, yeah, sounds like a deal.
Well, but here's the thing. To Kimmy and I, it is because we were of the generation growing up where gas was $5 a gallon.
Right.
And that was in 2005, 2006.
And people were raising hell when it was $2.50 a gallon. You know what I mean? You just it's your new normal.
No, I know what you mean.
I think your brain just adjusts itself so you don't feel the pain that you're actually spending.
But here's what's interesting about this story. And again, Target announces this week, a story in USA Today, that they are slashing prices on over 5,000 items store-wide. And it's everything from food, 4th of July stuff, Memorial Day, all the way back to school, everything in that, right? Like you say we get used to a certain price point and we just keep paying it. With Walmart and Target and all these doing this, and all these is the outlier here, right? It seems that we reached a point where we're not going to pay it anymore because we talked earlier this week the last couple weeks about McDonald's and how they're trying to do
People started pulling back.
Exactly.
Because it was breaking you.
Yes. I mean, we're going to talk later about how Red Lobster officially declared bankruptcy yesterday.
We ate them broke.
Like, maybe the idea was there is not a point where it can be too much, and they found how much is too much.
Yeah, people started tapping out because they had no bank.
Okay.
There's a tipping point there.
Am I being crazy and paranoid here?
No, I don't think so at all.
That's making me feel paranoid that you think I'm not being paranoid.
Well, you don't want to trust those dudes, man.
Man, you don't want to trust
It's
those
a rigged
dudes.
game, man.
You don't want to trust those dudes, man. Put that on a T-shirt, sell it
It's
to
a
Rock
rigged
Shop.
game, baby.
Man. And here's the thing, man. We're never going to know the truth, right? We're never going to know where this high price comes from, whether it's, wherever the stuff is coming from, it costs more to manufacture the stuff. Whether it's shipping, as Kimmy brought up, getting it to the store is more expensive. Whether it gets to the store and the folks who own these businesses go, hey, we can charge this much and they're going to buy it. I mean, that is capitalism.
Yes.
Right? And you're Mr. Capitalism over here in your brown shoes and your socks matching your shirt. Hey, baby, wide open. But then when it's wide open, you're all like, oh, they're ripping us off. Man, what do you want? Man. Like, I do wonder, over the next 5 years, if we're going to see a continual, gradual rise in what everything costs, or if it gets to a point where stores start to open up where it's like, hey, this is what things actually cost, and it starts to run other people out of business. Because every once in a while, you see that reset.
Like everything kind of shakes out.
Yeah. Right? I mean, that's why all these exist, is grocery stores started getting ridiculously expensive, and all these
People wanted a base option.
You got it. I mean, it's the same
I
reason.
like crumbled cookies.
You know what's funny, though, is... People.
I like my packages semi-sealed.
Shut up! Aldi's is great.
I know.
Man.
Aldi's is great. No, it's a great option if you don't want to spend a lot of money.
It's a good option for other people.
Hey, I've been.
You said you
Only
made
if you
it.
were forced.
Look at these shoes.
I've been in the store in these shoes.
The funniest thing is, though, we all want lower prices, but let's say one product decided to cut their prices, and you see that product amongst a wall of all other similar products. I would look at that and be like, all right, why is that one so much cheaper? I would almost not buy that because I think there's something
They chased out.
I would be like, oh, they cut something out of it, or I'm not getting as much, or I would be skeptical of that super cheap item in comparison to the others.
No, but you're making the argument Tommy makes for the entire store of Aldi's right now. Right? His argument is Aldi's is so inexpensive, it can't be quality.
Right,
Yeah,
but everything at
it's a
Aldi's
lower
is
quality product.
inexpensive.
It's not. What'd you say, Kimmy? I'm sorry.
But I guess it's different when it stands
other
out
things.
amongst other things. Whereas if I go to Aldi's, I know I'm getting everything cheaper. But if there's one thing cheaper there, I'm wondering why, and I'm probably not going to buy it.
I mean, it is funny, right? Like how we do equate the cost of something with how good it is, the quality
Like
of
the
that.
I get
mental
locked into a-
gymnastics I do in my head,
But I get product loyal, and I won't give it up.
no matter what.
Yeah.
Like even
there's
if,
certain things that's what I'm drinking.
Yeah.
I'm not trying anything else. I won't even attempt to branch out anymore.
But why?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, but I like my booze a certain way. I like my coffee a certain way.
certain brands.
Certain brands, I'm not touching your hoary ass option.
No, but there's new stuff that comes out all the time. There are people that perfect ways to make things for less expense. I mean, that's called innovation. That's America, baby. Ain't that America? Home of the free. Man. 252 WCMF again. Target announces this week they will be cutting prices this summer on over 5,000 items store-wide. Everything from food, back to school stuff, in between. Right? And they're patting themselves on the back saying, look what this thing we're doing for you. But I guess my question is,
You're welcome.
if you can afford to cut prices on 5,000 items and still make money, why were you charging us that price in the first
How to get
place?
there, yeah.
Right? Like, what
They were banking, man. You know they were.
Man.
But their stock probably went through the roof.
Man.
Did you look at like a Target stock?
I didn't, because I don't look.
I could tell you straight up, baby.
All right. There's a point in conversation where we go beyond the pale.
What's that?
We go through the looking glass, right? Where we can have a semi-coherent, this is what I think conversation. We know nothing about the stock market. We know nothing about how any of that works.
But they make them profit.
Shut up. Shut up.
Which drives the market.
I don't. I felt smart for a second. And then you open your mouth and you make me feel so dumb.
Maybe all products should just take on the banana model.
We don't know
that
why,
we haven't figured out
but
yet.
we don't know why bananas haven't raised prices
in a century.
I don't know. They're doing something right.
They're 49 cents a pound.
They're either doing
They
something
don't even
or
fluctuate.
terrible. I don't know.
Exactly.
They don't even fluctuate like seasonally. It's always 49 cents.
Well, no, I think Kimmy hit it on the head. Either the banana producers are doing something very, very right, or something horrible
going on behind the scenes.
which keeps
Well,
bananas.
they grow bananas in very stable parts of the world, I think.
Yeah, no, I hear
Guatemala, Honduras.
you know, all kinds of banana republics.
Yes.
Which I think is a totally.
And they make great pants. The kids love them.
All right, let's take a break. Any celebrity that has any kind of connection to Rochester, we go over the top for.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, John Lithgow was born here, spent 7 hours in Rochester, and we claim him as
Yeah.
own. Yet this woman, who might be the first legitimate American celebrity of this, the way we define celebrity now,
She was a big celebrity back in the day.
she's from here.
But you're saying way back in the day.
I mean, it's a while ago, but you would have to be way back in the day to be the first one of these. And the fact that
she was a pioneer.
Yes. And Kimmy, like, I was unfamiliar with this woman. Did you hear about this? Your mic is off? Kimmy, the first woman to do radio without a microphone on.
I did not recognize the name.
Oh, you didn't even know who this chick is?
No, I had no
Would
idea.
I know?
Oh, you might have went to high school with her. We'll tell you the story, and we'll do it next here in the break room. That's CMF. Rochester latches ourselves on a celebrity.
Oh, yeah.
Any little connection that a famous person can have to us, we will scream about it from the rooftops. Which is why what we're about to tell you is so surprising.
What happened?
Rochester, New York is responsible for the first one of these in American history. World history.
Really?
And if it weren't for this movie about to come out, none of us would have any idea.
Wait, there's going to be a movie about this chick?
You got it.
Really? Like a big movie or like a little theater?
I don't know.
Nobody goes and sees it.
I guess we'll see.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Perversion in a small town.
Preverts.
At least that's what one man believes is happening literally in his backyard in a tiny community in our area.
Okay.
And we're going to tell you what this guy is accusing this business of. We're going to tell you what the mayor has to say about it. He's not happy.
Preverts.
Yeah. But someone in this room is going to make this an ethical over a legal argument.
Oh.
And it is interesting to think the problem this man has with what he believes is going on. What is his biggest issue?
Yeah.
Because we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Story last night on News 8, Tommy, talks about a new documentary coming out.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. It's done by a Turkish woman named Nihir One. And if I butchered that, I'm sorry.
I'll take it for what it is.
Okay. She got the inspiration for this movie while she was in New York City, and she saw a sculpture of a beautiful woman in the Manhattan Museum of Modern Art.
One of your top museums.
That woman, the sculpture, her name is Audrey Munson, and she is the world's first supermodel.
Oh.
And Audrey Munson, the world's first supermodel, is from Rochester, New York.
Really? Supermodel.
Let me say that again.
They call her a supermodel.
Yes, the world's first ever supermodel
Like all over the world.
is a Rochesterian, and I got the story. You ready for this?
She good looking?
Yeah, bro, she's an 1800 smoke show.
Well, I mean, people weren't that good looking back in the day.
Well, I'm guessing she had to be to stand out to be the first supermodel, right?
I guess.
Great, it's a hot take, Tommy. Yeah, she's good looking.
But like sometimes when you see those paintings of women back in the day, they're all fat and eating
Well,
fruit.
people were
And, like,
attracted
how
to
are you so
different
fat
things
when you're
throughout
eating fruit?
time.
What's that?
I said people were attracted to different
All right.
things throughout time, so
She was hot back in the day.
She's
she was
an
hot
attractive
for her
woman.
time.
Okay,
All right.
buckle up for this story. You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
So she was born in Rochester in 1891. At 17, she moved to New York City when she got her first role on Broadway.
Wow.
She was noticed on the street by a famous photographer while in New York City. That led to posing for pictures and film roles. And she became...
This sounds like how every porn begins. Hey, darling, want to make a few extra dollars on the side? Come on, get in the trolley. Let's talk.
Between Broadway, between the modeling, between movies, she became one of the, if not the most famous woman in the world. And not only did she do Broadway movies and photo modeling, Tommy, she posed for a bunch of sculptures, like dozens, almost 100, that are still on display worldwide to this day.
And this chick's from Rochester.
Yes, she was
so
born
she
in
must
Rochester.
be in a bunch of magazines or newspapers or.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the sculptures that
Yeah.
have lived on because they're made out of, things that don't disintegrate.
Right.
So there are state buildings across the United States that
this
this
chick.
woman is, it's of her.
You know what's so funny is I always thought like those sculptures were modeled after people like way, way back
I
in the
did
day.
too.
Like I never realized like they used like modern
People?
models at the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good point. I
Yeah.
never thought about that.
Wow.
So she was on top of the world, buddy.
So Munson.
Audrey Munson,
All right.
I think. Yes. And then,
Tragedy happened.
well, the downfall. A doctor fell in love with this woman. A doctor that was already married.
Oh.
This doctor killed his wife. And then,
Wait, to be with her?
well, that's the story.
Kind of seems that way.
Man.
This model and her mother were questioned in the case. They left New York City, and a nationwide manhunt for the two women ensued. Now,
Wait. So she went on a.
She went on the lam.
So wait, the doctor kills his wife to be with this chick Munson,
That's what they believe.
but then they go on to run,
Well, they were going to be questions, and they took off.
which
Now,
looks super sketchy.
it does. Now, she denied having any
By
involvement
the
with
way, she looks like every statue. How do you find her? Yeah, just freeze.
Audrey denied having any involvement with this murder and the doctor at all. She said there was no romantic relationship, and she was eventually pushed aside. Like, okay, we
Oh.
believe
Right.
you didn't do it.
Cleared.
The doctor, meanwhile, was tried, found guilty, and sentenced to death in the electric chair for the murder of his wife, but he never made it because he hung himself in his jail cell before they could get to that.
Damn.
From there, she and her mother, Audrey Munson, the world's first supermodel born in Rochester, New York, moved from city to city doing menial jobs.
Wow. So she ended up busted.
Kind of.
So
Scrubbing
she-
floors.
We're not even close to the end yet.
Because that's what you did back in the day. You scrub floors.
Tommy, she would pop up in the news every once in a while doing crazy stunts. For example, at one point, she had a nationwide search to find the perfect husband, something that didn't happen for her. And in 1931, her mother petitioned a judge to have her committed to a mental institution.
So she went insane?
Well, that's what her mother said. She went into the hospital, and she never came out again.
Damn.
She lived in a hospital
Like an asylum?
near Oswego.
She couldn't have been
Wait,
that old at the
Oswego?
time.
She was in her 40s.
Yeah.
Or late 30s, early 40s.
But that was old back then. People lived to be, what, 60?
Oh, well, let me tell you. This woman goes into the mental hospital, never comes out again. She lived in that hospital near Oswego for 65 years.
Wow.
Wait.
She died in 1996.
But she was 100 and what?
104 years old.
Holy
And
crap.
hot. Man.
Hottest 104-year-old. By the way, they said she maintained her beauty regimen with milk and urine inside the mental institution. That's what the story said.
Wait, where'd the urine go?
I don't
wanna
where it
know.
went, but
Like she used it to,
I
for her.
don't want to know.
Like she applied it?
That's what it kind of sounds like. That's according to the story. If you want to check this, if you want the story, I mean,
Or is that what the doctor told her? Hey, this is going to make your face really brighten up.
Okay, look, the bottom line is the world's first supermodel is from Rochester, New York,
Wow.
and she has this unbelievably crazy
Wildly
life.
long
Right, you ain't
life.
kidding.
How the hell, Kimmy, did we not know this
So
story?
this movie's coming out?
Yes, this documentary
Yeah.
is apparently coming out. The story's on News 8 last night if you want any of the
Where's
information.
it coming out on? Like the theaters or Netflix?
I don't
I'm sure that they'll make the documentary and one of those streaming services will pick it up kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to watch. What a crazy ass story.
Oh, you can actually, there's a link to watch it at the website.
Oh.
At the story on News 8, so it looks like it's already out. Look, I didn't watch any of the documentary. I just had the story.
Do they say the name
Yeah.
of it?
It's called Google is stupid. They did. I literally just accidentally X'd out of the story on News 8. But the bottom line is this. It is very strange how this woman's story, who is
Yeah.
insane,
Yeah.
right? Not her. Well, yes and no, but the story is insane. It's strange how her story in the early 1900s mirrors directly the child stars that we see in our lifetime.
Yeah.
Like to a T.
Yeah.
Like she gets famous as a kid,
Yep.
right? She's on top of the world.
And then tank.
Involved
God.
in a crime
Yes.
in some way, shape, or form.
Yep. And then she ends up in a hospital. And she was pretty much forgotten about despite being one of the most famous women in the world. In fact, she was so forgotten about, Tony, that she only got a headstone at her gravesite in 2016.
Was she buried here?
She's buried just outside of, New Haven, Connecticut. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Oh, I wonder how that ended up there.
A lot of things going on. I don't, after the urine thing, I don't want to know any more details.
Yeah, but those child stars, yes, you're right. It seems to go bad, especially if you were on different strokes.
I don't think she didn't make it to different strokes.
But like that whole cast went bad.
What are you talking Of all the things you could
What? Well, no, you brought up child stars
No,
that
I
go
know.
bad.
I know.
That's like all three of those stories kind of sound like that. Like Gary Coleman got famous and then he tanked.
fell in love with that doctor, he murdered his wife.
Yes.
What you talk about, Willis? I didn't kill him.
Even like the nationwide search for a husband is so interesting, especially for that time.
But she also went on the run.
She came up with the idea of the Bachelorette.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100 years ahead
That's
of
a
time.
great call. You're right.
But she was also on the run. Like she was hiding. Then she comes out and does a nationwide
Yeah, I
husband
know.
hunt.
Bro, I mean, she ended up in a mental institution. Something obviously
Scrubbing
wasn't right
floors.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this documentary that's coming out about the world's first supermodel. And this woman, Audrey Munson, was born in Rochester, New York. She moved to New York City. We just told you the whole entire story. Goes from super fame and fortune, movies, print. She's on Broadway. She's posing for sculptures that still exist all over the country, all over the world today. She ends up dying in a mental institution. She lived there for 65 years, lived to the age of 104.
So she's got to have family here. To some
It's
extent.
possible, yeah. I mean, her parents were Irish immigrants, it
Extended
said, and
family.
they were here in Rochester, so
Right,
it's
so
possible.
somebody, there's got to be some kind of Munson connection.
Is this a story Rochester should embrace?
Yeah.
I mean, we
It's
embrace all
interesting.
sorts of weird tragedies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. Every serial killer.
It is surprising that this story has never popped up or mentioned in any way.
I mean, saying Rochester is home of the world's first supermodel is really cool, as long as you don't know anything about her after the whole being a supermodel.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think to your point, that makes it more interesting for people.
I agree with you.
Not that it's a happy story, but we love to point out weird stuff that's happened here.
I agree with you, but I guess as a community, it's harder to embrace a woman that, because right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's also weird that not one statue of her ever ended up here.
It's to be fair, I don't know if that's the case. Did it not say that in the story?
I don't know. They made it seem like they were all in New York.
So if you go to her Wikipedia page, it has a complete list of all of the statues of her that still exist around the world, and it's like vast. It's like all over the world.
Damn.
France, England, New York. There's one in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
So I think you can make the argument that this woman was the most famous person ever born in Rochester, New York.
For a brief period of time, yeah.
No. I mean in the history of Rochester.
Well, no, wait.
When it comes to peaks?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, for the time.
So fun fact, she was also the first ever actress to appear nude in a film.
Oh, wow.
Wait,
first
she did
ever?
porn?
No, it was a non-pornographic film.
Bro.
It was
What year was this?
She was naked. It was a artistic choice.
Oh,
by the
they're dancing around.
I know it wasn't porn. That was porn back then. Where
Was she just standing there naked?
Check my boobies. I guess it was in the movie, but it's part of this story.
So she did nude.
She was the first ever woman to appear nude on film in a movie.
Wow, that couldn't have been legal.
Yeah, she actually there was a whole bunch of stuff behind that. But George Eastman changed the world, right? He wasn't born here. He's not a native Rochesterian.
Right.
Lou Graham had a hell of a run, but he never got naked on film, and there isn't
That we know about.
and there isn't a single statue of him in France.
Yeah.
Can you name another person born in Rochester that had the success and notoriety?
Yeah, but nobody knows you. It's hard to say you're famous, but nobody knows you.
At one point, she was the most well-known woman in the world.
But was she known like her name was like a thing, or was she just that pretty girl that's a statue?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but
that's what I'm saying.
She had worldwide fame. I love how you're judging.
Like John Lithgow's got a body of work.
You're gonna argue John Lithgow was more famous than she was the world's first supermodel.
He was an alien and had a sitcom before Alf. No, exactly.
Harry and the Henderson, you idiot, and that wasn't. You're
Rock from the
arguing
Sun.
John Lithgow's more famous, and you can't even get what he got in
Third Rock.
right. Third Rock from the Sun, but he was also in Harry and the Hendersons. Remember that dramatic scene where they got to get out? We don't want you anymore.
It made the Bigfoot cry.
Yeah, and then Bigfoot came back, and everything worked out great.
No, yeah. What are you gonna do?
We did get a correction. She's buried in New Haven, New York.
New York, excuse me.
Which is near Oswego.
My apologies.
Oh,
Somebody said.
I don't know. I didn't know there's more than one New Haven. Wouldn't one be Old Haven?
yeah, true.
That and more. All morning. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the world's first supermodel. She was born here in Rochester. There's a documentary that is out right now about her life. It is insane.
You said she's gorgeous.
She was the most famous woman in the world for being beautiful on Broadway. Posed for statues that still exist all over the world. She was a print model and film. And she lived the last 65 years of her life in a mental institution outside of Oswego.
But this doctor was so crazy about her. He killed his wife to be with her.
Despite the fact that she says they never had any romantic involvement.
But he was pining that hard.
Yeah, I mean, bro, she's a supermodel.
Right.
I mean, I'm not justifying killing your wife for another woman.
But I mean, like, that's passion, man.
Yeah, man. Let's talk to Dave. He's on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how we doing this morning, guys?
Good, Dave. What do you got?
So Georgia Durant is actually the 1950s, 60s version of that same actress from Rochester.
Who?
I don't know who that is.
Georgia Durant is the woman from the Bugle Boy commercial where she pulls up in the Ferrari and says, "Are you wearing Bugle Boy jeans?"
Okay.
She was from Rochester. She was a supermodel, and she also was a wheelman for the Rochester Mafia.
Oh, I remember the story now.
Yeah. She was a stunt woman.
Yeah. Now I remember that story. All right.
So what about her?
Well, he's drawing comparisons between this
It's not
story
even
and that
close,
story.
man.
Okay, look, it's pretty. It's not okay. It's a little close. It is the story.
She's not like a worldwide known person.
Well, but it's a beautiful woman who gets into being a model and an actress and ends up going terribly wrong. Right?
It's like minor league.
I mean, Dave, all right, I guess the moral of the story is if you have...
I think Dave's got a little chubby for Georgia Durant. Don't you,
do.
Davey boy? Big, fat, chubby.
Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Have a good one, guys.
Now I'm getting John Lithgow facts. People are now arguing that John Lithgow is more famous than this woman, or was at his peak.
Currently, you know that name.
Jason writes, John Lithgow was in the original Footloose, so...
Oh, there you go.
Got that going for you.
All right.
And that's range. Footloose to Harry and the Hendersons.
And he's connected to Kevin Bacon. She is not.
Yeah, she is. You can get to Kevin Bacon 6 ways through that.
How?
She was in film, man. I'm sure there's an actor that... Bro, 6...
Acting. By the way,
What are we doing? A morning show in 1991? We're gonna do 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon on the
well,
radio?
you brought up Footloose.
You brought up Kevin Bacon. I was reading a post. You brought up John Lithgow. You idiot. Take a break. All right. A small town south of us is up in arms. At least one man from this town is.
Yeah.
Because he believes that something illicit, illegal, perverted
Preverted.
is not only happening in his small town, it's happening right in his backyard, and he wants something done about it.
All right.
Now, this is going to end up becoming an ethical argument. I know it is. Because this is illegal.
Okay.
And there are lots of people who will understand why this man is upset.
Okay.
The question is, what is the actual reason he is upset?
Yeah, why did he bring this to the attention?
Well, that's just
the
it.
authorities?
That's just it. Well, there's a whole other ball of wax we got to go down with that, and we'll get into all of it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. What happened to small-town America, Tommy?
Yeah.
Gone are the days of Little League and 4th of July hot dog eating contests. Now, this seedy element may be bringing all kinds of questionable characters to this itty-bitty.
What happened?
It's like, Tommy, you know what happened? One man has stood up, and he's saying, guess what? Not by a long shot in my town, buddy.
He's citizen number one.
That's right. And he's got technology to back him up.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:30 this morning. If you were listening to us last week, Tommy Muley was getting something he was very excited about.
Yes.
Running his mouth. Blah, blah, I'm so great. Even though this is too much grill for you. Something happened over the weekend.
Yeah.
And I will say this. You handled this way better than I and most other people would have handled this.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do?
Well, what do you mean what are you going to do? You told me I was going to be here. We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, story on 13 Wham last night involving a business in the town of Avon.
Oh, business is doing good. That's great.
The business is called Candy Girl Sensual Massage.
Buddy boy.
That's really what it's called.
Yeah, they may be big fans of New Edition.
Okay.
Right.
And one man
Yeah.
is on a mission to shut them down. Michael, he was on the story 13 Wham last night. He lives in Avon, and he's filed numerous complaints about said business. He says they're using the spa for sex acts and promoting it online on these back page type websites.
There's no candy there? What they call candy?
Candy Girl Sensual Massage.
Ah.
Yeah. They may sell candy.
So
I
it's
don't
up
know.
front.
Well, that's what he says. And Michael is doing what he can to help the authorities, including sharing clips from his personal security cameras of what he says is going on outside. This is Michael on 13 Wham last night.
Crime doesn't sleep, and believe it or not, Sundays are a busy day, believe it or not. And that's the only day on the website that shows that they're closed. But they're not closed.
They're not.
So what does he see that he thinks it's the Whack Shack?
What do you mean? What is he seeing? He sees these posts. He sees these people going in at all hours. By the way, he's been filming these clips and sending them to the cops since January.
Well, he's just got people going in and out.
He does.
Yeah.
He does have that. Now,
When
Michael,
it's not open, Tommy.
Oh, on a church day.
Yeah.
Michael just wants his town back, Tommy.
Okay.
And he's not the only one. The mayor is now involved. Robert Hayes, he told 13 Wham yesterday he does not believe or does not welcome what he believes is going on in that spa. And they're doing all they can to get it removed. And not only the mayor is upset, Michael, too, remembers when his town, Avon, was not this kind of place.
And we have kids and elderly people walking by here every day because it's a beautiful place to walk. And they shouldn't be 5 feet away from a alleged massage parlor where illegal activity is going on. I was born and raised here, and I walk the streets here. I want other kids to have the same opportunity to walk the streets here and have fun.
I love the wind chimes in the background.
The
It is
dog
very-
barking.
It's very Rockwellian.
Yeah.
I want you to commit what he just said to memory
Right.
for a second. All right, so here's where it gets interesting. Right. When 13 Wham went and talked to the spa owner, the spa owner said they were not doing anything illegal.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Case closed.
They then went to the Avon Police Department, who said they would not speak on camera about the ongoing investigation involving this business. So either one of two things are happening.
What's that?
Either A, there is literally nothing going on here, and these two men are yelling and screaming into the air, the mayor and Michael. Or this guy who reached out to 13 Wham, we assume, to talk about how upset he is, just blew up the spot of this investigation and that maybe the spa owners were unaware was going on.
Oh, yeah.
Made it very public.
Right.
Yeah.
Which would be a little bit funny, right? Like if his citizen police work actually blew up the investigation
off,
of
yeah.
being able to catch these people. Okay. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Michael says there is an illegal sensual massage parlor going on in Avon. The owner says, no, it's not. But if there is something illegal going on in this building in Avon, Tommy, is it a big deal?
Can you imagine walking past a building with only feet away and a door and a wall, there are men enjoying their afternoon? What a horrible, horrible natural act is being performed behind that door. No, of course, this is nothing.
So you see no problem with this?
I think it should be illegal.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that. Kimmy, I turn to you.
I don't think anybody's in danger walking past a building.
That is pretty funny the way he puts it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to
Children.
right? Children walking past guys playing, getting themselves played with. Kimmy, thoughts?
I just think if you didn't, I don't think a kid has any idea what's going on in the building.
And they don't care.
Unless they saw that story on 13
Yeah.
last
That's
night.
what I mean. Like, I don't think, walking by, not knowing anything about what's happening in there, it doesn't affect anybody's day outside of the building.
Yeah, I think if you were 6 years old, I would think, well, I
Just
guess that's
somebody
where
walking in and out, right?
I would think that's where everybody's girlfriend lives.
No, but I mean, you wouldn't even know.
No.
You
Right,
wouldn't
that's
know
what I
the
mean.
hell's
Like, you
going on.
wouldn't, you have,
Yeah.
you might not even know what kind of business is in there.
All right,
right?
look, it is illegal. If what's
Yeah.
happening,
Yes, it is.
it is illegal. And whether or not it should be illegal, it's a completely different argument.
Mm-hmm.
However, as long as the laws are this way,
Mm-hmm.
you can't really look the other way, can you?
I
Can
mean,
you?
I could.
Why
I don't.
not?
I don't care.
I know you don't care. But I'm saying, I mean, it's illegal. Like, you know, I
Yeah.
know how you feel about this guy in the story.
Yeah.
I know that you think this guy
He's a lame-o.
Okay. But here's the thing, man. He lives in a small town. He believes this is happening.
And he's dying to go
I mean,
in.
he's-
Listen to
He's
you,
dying
man.
to go in, bro.
Does he
You
live?
know your old lady won't let you, but you dying to go in.
Does he live right next door? Is that why this has
He can
become
hear
such
it
an
at
issue
night.
for him?
No, that does seem the case, Kimmy. It's he says it's said in
Yeah.
the story that where he lives backs right up to
Yeah.
where this thing is here.
Yeah, because his security cameras are catching it.
You got it.
All the illegal activity.
Because I do think to give this man some credit, I don't think most people would care unless it was going on right next door.
Well, but he doesn't make the argument for himself. He makes the argument about people walking through the town.
Yeah, but
and-
think about like most like even like the coolest like Tommy. Like I don't care if it's going on, just over there, not next door to
But
me.
you never even know. These places are so quiet. I've been.
No, I understand.
And they're like, you would never know what's going on here.
Okay, but here's to go back.
It's not like Creep Central.
To go back to your point, Kimmy, if this guy last night, and by the way, again, we don't even know if something's going on here. The
Right,
Avon
right.
Police Department.
Robert
wouldn't
Kraft
comment.
could
the
pull up.
suspicion.
Would you be mad if Robert Kraft came to your town?
Look at you.
In
Look
his
at you.
Bentley, pulled up and decided to spend some money around your town.
It's illegal. The guy got arrested for it.
Oh, okay, then he never comes back.
Kimmy, if this guy came on the news last night and said, I don't like this because I live here and it's really bothering me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a different argument than,
Right.
like, there's
But
children
nobody-
and people walking
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
the streets. Well, this might be happening. I mean, like, come
But
on.
it's both of those reasons, right?
I think it's more one than the other.
You think?
And he's
I don't
trying to
know.
make it sound like, okay, and it brings us to our other question.
What's that?
Right? And I will say this. It is weird in a small town that a business, if what they're doing is what this guy assumes, would choose to operate this way because you're going to catch the most heat in a place like Avon or Palmyra. Or,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The fewer people there are there, the less you're going to...
You stick out.
Exactly.
And you stick out.
Might know people walking in and out of there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Story last night on 13 Wham about a sensual massage parlor in Avon. A man named Michael who lives near the area has filed numerous complaints about the business. He says they're using the spa for sex acts and promoting it online. They had screenshots of what he says are proof of that. He also has security cameras that he has been catching people going in and out at all hours of the night.
Bulging trousers.
He said he's been sharing those clips with the authorities since January. He shared some of those clips with 13 Wham last night. The mayor is also upset about this. He says he does not welcome what he believes is going on at the spa. 13 Wham talked to the Avon Police Department. They said they would not speak on camera about the ongoing investigation. The business says we have nothing illegal going on here. All right. So, I do wonder what this man's biggest fear here is. Because like it or not, like you said, these places exist all over the greater Rochester area.
Yep.
And you never know.
Right.
You could be driving by them on a daily basis and have never seen anything.
Right.
And the less attention that are brought to these places, at least for the sake of the business, the better. The folks that are working and going in and out of that place would want the least amount of attention possible,
Yes,
right?
they're just in for something and then they leave. They don't linger,
Trying
hang
to be
out.
discreet. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
They don't sit in the lobby and read the magazines.
I mean, it's illegal, so you have the threat of being arrested. There's the public shame that could come from
Right.
it. And then there's the you may be in a relationship situation.
All right.
So the argument that this is like a dangerous thing from this guy, even though it's illegal, I don't buy, because the less noise and attention for everybody involved, the better for everyone.
All right. They're very quiet. Yeah, it's like a library.
Like if this was a situation where you had someone selling like hardcore drugs out of the back of a restaurant, I would understand that concern.
Yeah.
Like that can hurt your community. That
Or
can spark
violence,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. I mean, whether or not you're ethically opposed to something that like this, what it might be.
What's the threat?
That's what I'm
Yeah.
wondering. Yeah.
And
What's it-
trust me, when a man walks out of that building, that's the least threatening he's going to be all day.
I mean,
You can push him around with a feather.
I would understand the argument. I'm concerned for the women that work for this business. You know what I mean? Like that would be a legitimate
The
argument.
exploitation.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
exactly. But he didn't even touch on that.
Well, I mean, maybe he did, and they just didn't include
Possibly.
it, right? I don't know. You're right. Look, I mean, but I think that loops back around to the argument of whether or not it should be legal,
Yeah.
right? If it's a licensed thing, I mean, the ability to exploit people doing it becomes much harder, maybe
Right.
impossible. But I guess the same argument was made about marijuana, and there's been a bunch of problems rolling that whole thing out. The irony,
What's that?
if I'm using this word the right way, and I never do, is that it's possible that most of Avon didn't even know this place existed
Right.
until this guy went on the news.
Right.
Right? And again, keep in mind, because we're trying to be fair here, folks running the place says there's nothing illegal going on, and the
See?
cops didn't say anything. But, like, you
They're
know,
just
I
candy
do.
girls.
I do wonder.
Candy girl, everything's legal.
I do wonder what this guy was hoping to accomplish just by the simple like security cam footage, because it doesn't prove anything
No.
other than people are in and out of a building.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I think his argument are the posts that he's finding
Okay.
on the websites.
All right.
That seems
Yeah.
to
But
be
the
his-
video clips aren't doing much for your argument.
And these places are all over the place, to your point.
I'm not arguing for them.
I am.
No, I know you are. I want to be clear here, right? It's illegal. So, like, whether or not you think this guy, as you put it, is a lame-o, he's not wrong in saying if what's going on is going on, it should be shut down.
I just don't think there's a threat to the community.
But I agree with you there. I don't believe there's a threat. I don't know what his concern is other than this is illegal and it should be stopped.
Do we know how long this business has been there for? Like, I wonder how long he's lived side by side with this thing without knowing about it, and what first alerted him to the fact that it was going on.
Good question.
Or potentially going on, I should say.
That's a really good question. I don't know.
Because if you lived a significant amount of time next to this place and had no idea, why stress yourself out about it now?
Well, I mean, he's a man with morals, Ken. He's from
guess.
small-town
Oh, he's
America.
a moral man.
I mean,
He's a righteous man. And I smell something. I smell men enjoying themselves. And I can't sit on my porch, drink my sarsaparilla tea, and read my Bible without seeing men with stained trousers coming in and out all hours of the day.
Imagine if you're one of his buddies and you see this.
Wait,
And you've been there, and you
is
see
that Ed?
this on.
Ed! Hey, what are you doing in there, Ed? Put your old country boner away and get to church, boy. Go over here and have some sarsaparilla tea.
He had a country dong, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
old country. Oh, there's a lot of country dongs in and out of there. They actually had country dong parking. Round back.
I would think here the biggest concern now, and maybe this is something that he didn't think of until just this moment. As we talked about, the folks going in and out of this place don't want to be identified
Right.
for a bunch of different reasons. And a lot of those people may have just found out for the first time last night that he's been videotaping
Yes.
them. Right?
That's
Like,
what
you're
I
going
mean.
to ruin people's lives, man. And it's none of your goddamn business.
Look, you said it. You said
Well,
it
and
yourself.
nothing's been proven yet.
Well, that's
No,
just a-
but now you've got me walking in and out of this
Yeah.
place. And what do you care?
he's a righteous
Whether
man.
I have a happy marriage or a miserable marriage or whatever.
Well, I mean, look, you can sit here on your soapbox, and everything you're saying I agree with, but let's not sit here and pretend you don't also judge people for certain things.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And would love
But I
to
don't want to
Judge
ruin
people for things you've done and do.
What are you talking about? What? No, but I don't really legitimately
What a
ruin a
creep.
person's life. I don't like getting involved in people's lives, period.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Sell your drugs, do your thing. have
Sell your
fun.
drugs, do your thing, as long as it's over there away from my house.
Do your candy girl stuff. Have fun. Life is short.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If somebody put legislation forward to legalize massage parlors
You're talking about the Boner Act.
that would do stuff like this, would you go to like Albany to support it? Would you put your face on that?
No. But I wouldn't do that with anything.
Okay, but I'm saying that you obviously don't have the passion that you say you
I
have.
would vote for it.
Okay, but you wouldn't openly say
I would like protest and
campaign
get out.
for it, demonstrate.
No.
You wouldn't?
No. I just think it should be.
I agree with you. I just find it interesting that you sit here and you want to use America and what life should be and what does it matter? Oh, okay. Would you go to? No, I'm not going to support it. That
I
way.
tell you what, I would support. I would go to Albany if we would just vote for getting off of everybody's back and ass.
Oh, the off my ass bill.
Yeah, just leave people to do what they want to do,
okay.
and it's nobody's goddamn
But
business.
here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. And it's also a slippery slope.
Freedom, buddy.
No, because you leave some people to their own devices, and all of a sudden we got ourselves a big old problem. Some people should not be left to their
But
own
they'll
devices.
blow up their house. You'll never hear from them again.
Unless your house is next to their
You
house.
only blow up a house once.
Let's take a break. I got to tell you, man, you're right. You are very good at minding your own business and not getting too upset.
Yeah, I'm lazy.
Because if what happened to you
Yeah.
happened to most men listening and women,
Oh, yeah.
they wouldn't handle it the way you did.
Oh, boy.
And look, maybe, just maybe, this is a message from God. That again,
Well, it's funny you bring that up,
oh,
because I got a message from God.
you did?
Right from a human being's mouth.
Tommy was bragging about his new thing he was getting late last week. And, oh, you ain't got one, and I'm super cool. Check me out.
Well, Kimmy got me going on the damn
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. Hey, how's it going? How was your weekend with it?
It was different.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, it was so easy to use.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We'll get into it. Next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This might be an omen, buddy.
What happened?
Well, we were worried late last week that this wasn't for you. That maybe this is something you couldn't handle.
Yeah.
And it's possible the universe agrees because all you did last week was run your mouth about getting your new Blackstone.
Oh, yeah.
How's it working?
Like a charm over the weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. No smoke, nothing.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45, a story we've been following for like 3 weeks now. It's official. This place has declared bankruptcy.
So they're done.
And when I saw this story, something you said last week was ringing in my head, and you're absolutely right. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So if you caught the show late last week, you heard Tommy bragging about this great new thing he's getting at his house. You were all excited because you were getting a...
Blackstone flat top grill.
Nah, no big deal, buddy.
Yeah.
And was it Friday we had the conversation?
So, yes, I was getting it Friday.
You were supposed to get it Friday. And all of that making fun of you that we did and all the callers did not matter because you were getting your Blackstone on Friday and you were going to have all weekend to enjoy it and you were better than everybody else because you know how to Blackstone. Yeah. So how'd it go?
So, the great thing about deliveries, you can track it.
Yeah.
So, when I left here, I was 16 deliveries away.
Nice.
By 2 o'clock, I'm sitting number 1.
Well, get out of here. So it's going to be here any minute.
I'm on deck. So it says you're up next. It tells me on the app, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So then I get a phone call that I don't recognize out of Syracuse.
Oh, they're probably calling you to say, hey, we're coming to your house right now.
No, I think it's like Mr. Blackstone welcoming me to the Blackstone community and family of grillers, right? It's the driver of the said truck that's got my grill on it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm all excited because I'm next. It's Friday. It's all lining up. It's 2 o'clock. I'll have this thing set up for dinner, right?
Nice.
They broke it.
Oh, what do you mean?
Like, they just broke it.
Oh, like trying to get it.
The last delivery
the
before
truck?
us, whatever they did, they broke the Blackstone.
No.
Oh, no. No Blackstone for you, sir.
And you waited all the way until what time of day?
It was 2 o'clock. I was
2
next
o'clock.
one. They were coming now.
All right, well, that's no big deal. They can just go back to the shop, get another Blackstone, and deliver it to you.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah.
They go back to the warehouse and they're done for their day,
Okay.
and then they put it in order, and then you may see it possibly Monday. They will call you Sunday night and give you a time Monday.
Do you have your Blackstone yet?
I do have it.
Oh, you got it.
It came yesterday.
Okay, all right, but you didn't have it all weekend.
No,
Okay.
no. And I even bought like the side stuff, like all the grilling
Oh, the
equipment.
side Blackstone.
Bro, there's so much side tchotchkela you can buy with this stuff.
Okay.
And I bought it all.
Nice.
So you had all the side stuff.
I got squirt bottles.
Nice.
I got stuff to go over your steak. I
Cool.
got smash the burger.
Awesome. You had all that and no
I got-
Blackstone.
yeah.
None of that.
A fennel flipper.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When they called you, well, first important question. On Friday, when you were expecting the Blackstone, did you have food ready to go to cook on the Blackstone Friday night?
Yeah, we were going to grill out that night.
All right, so you even had
you
your
were
meal ready to go
prepared.
based on the Blackstone being there. Okay.
Peruvian chicken.
You were
bro.
one step away from putting on your apron.
Yeah.
Don't you think this is some omen from the universe,
What
man?
omen?
Well, look, maybe you're not meant to have a Blackstone.
I have had gas grills my whole life.
Yeah, but this ain't a gas grill.
This
it's
one's
Blackstone.
easier.
Is it?
They say it is.
Okay,
I'll
well-
let you know.
I don't know. I mean, after the way you ran your mouth the other day,
Hmm.
it does feel like God smited you with a broken Blackstone, and maybe that's something to think about.
God, the grill gods.
You have been smitten. All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So you are sure that the guys on the truck broke the Blackstone?
That's what he told me.
Okay.
He goes, the handle broke and no good.
All right. So it was very cool, the guy to call you and let you know, because he could have dropped it off, and maybe
Right.
you wouldn't even noticed it was broken.
Well, you would because it's assembled.
Oh, I see what you're
I mean, you would have saw like the handle dangling.
saying. Okay. Let me ask you. Let's say they showed up with the Blackstone with a busted handle. Would you have kept it because you were so excited? No? You would have sent it back. Not for me. Take it back from my
What am I gonna do? It's
home.
broken.
Take it back.
I don't know. There have been times where, I think I would be so excited to get something like that and that prepared to get it that in that moment I'd be like, yeah, we'll take the broken one.
I'm
I
with
don't
it.
care.
I would have kept it.
Yeah, but you spend that
don't-
money,
you don't-
man.
It's like, I know, you're right. You should return it. You should get a new one. But if I was that excited for something, I'd probably weigh the importance of the handle.
And my
in
wife's
head.
not going to want it either. Like, even if I said I'll take it, she ain't taking it.
Right.
It's going back.
So here's what would have happened. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, I'm with you. I don't need the handle to grill.
I would just be like, that's
Yeah,
fine.
man, you got a brand new thing that's broken.
But the anticipation, like you
Yeah.
said, you were tracking it. You were waiting
I
all
know.
week. You're tracking it all day. You got stuff to cook on the Blackstone that night for dinner.
Had
I
to
don't-
use the busted ass oven.
And it's weird because you always complain about returning things. Like your wife is big on returning things
yeah.
that she's not going to use or doesn't want or the damaged,
Yeah.
whatever. And you're usually like, nah, just keep it. It's
Yeah.
fine. But with this is where you draw
Well, it's
the line.
hundreds of dollars, man.
No, I understand, but
I stepped up. I got the nice one.
Ooh, look at you.
It's got like a side thing. It's got a top thing. It's got a thing over here. It's got a holder over there.
It's got one handle.
Oh yeah, it's got a dangling handle.
No, like I would have. I'm so excited to use it, Kimmy. I'm going to take.
Your wife would be pissed off.
I would have hidden it from my wife. In all
how
sincerity,
do you hide a busted ass?
Take the handle off.
I-
There's no
yeah,
handle
yeah,
to begin with.
yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
it comes only one hand. It's very European.
it's supposed to be like that. No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
man.
you're supposed to like dig your hands into the side to open it.
I'm keeping it, and in my head, I'll be like, I'll fix this handle down the road.
You're never gonna
And I'm
fix
not.
it.
I'm
No.
not going to fix it. But I want to use the Blackstone right now. I mean, the amount of broken things I've taken. Hell, I'll buy things on discount that are broken that I know that I'll never use.
But but you're in on that one. But here's the other thing: when you get this thing, like usually you get a gasket. I bought it assembled, right?
Sure, yeah.
Fire that baby up. No,
Why? What do you mean?
you gotta like work it an hour.
You didn't know that before you got the Blackstone?
But knowing it and then doing it are two different things.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you can't even just like use it right away.
So again, just to be clear, you bragged all day, called me busted, called me jealous. Oh, you don't know.
You were jealous.
I am jealous.
You
I
were
want
dripping
one.
in jealousy
I know, but
and
like,
sweat.
but you don't get it,
Yeah.
and then you get it like, oh, I gotta do all this extra stuff.
I gotta
Like,
read. I gotta do a video.
It ain't for you. It ain't for you.
There it is.
You know how much you're gonna have to use this to justify having it? I don't think.
Well, we
you're gonna
grill out
use
all
it.
summer.
Oh, do you, man? Do you?
Yeah, we drink outside. We grill. It's nice. I don't have kids, man. I'm not like I don't have all this crazy. You got a crazy life. I got like nice, mellow life. I'm an old man.
I'm just thinking, like, with those big purchases that you've been waiting on. So, like, my mother-in-law, she works at Charlotte Appliance and Furniture.
They got high-end stuff.
She was always she'll tell you, like, she's amazed at the things that people will send back for the most minor reasons. That, again, like, furniture is one of those things that you probably have been prepared to get for weeks, if not months, and that thing shows up and you're willing to wait however long to get a new one because I don't know, like just there's like a little chip or something in it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm
that
looking
it's
the other
like,
way.
I don't know, man. I would just keep it.
Man, my wife goes through every little thing.
No, but like, wait. If you look hard enough on something that you buy,
and we will.
you're gonna find an
Yes,
imperfection. So
I
when
know.
are you ever gonna bring it to your
I know,
house?
and as soon as you use it, it's gonna look like hell, right? As soon as you fire it up.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, yeah, absolutely.
I
Although you take really good care of your stuff. Like, my stuff gets beat up like immediately.
But you got kids. I get it.
I know, man. Oh, now you get it. Now you're Mr. Cool. Busted
As a
ass.
grandparent.
Shut up.
The most excited I'm for is seafood on the grill. Because I can't cook it in the house because it stinks.
Okay.
So I can do that outside.
Well, that's really exciting.
And you would love it for breakfast.
Yeah, okay. You keep bringing up this breakfast thing that you're never going to actually
but you
use
would
it for.
use it.
Yeah, I
I'm not.
would. Yeah, no, you're not going to. Breakfast sandwich, eggs on the grill, bacon on the grill. I'm not going to do it that way.
I don't want to get all fat. I got to watch my cholesterol.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. All day Friday, actually all week to Kimmy and I. Time was bragging about getting his new Blackstone. It was supposed to be there on Friday by 2 o'clock. He gets all excited. He's watching the app. 16, 15, 10, 5, 1 to go. Gets a phone call. It's coming. It's coming, Tommy.
Yeah.
And they broke it. Broke it. Had food ready to go. Didn't get to use it. 252 WCMF. I will say this.
What?
You were a lot cooler than I think most people would be, and we'll get to that in just a second. But Mark is on CMF. Hey, Mark. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Tommy, and welcome to the Blackstone Club. I welcome you as a member.
I hear you,
I'm
brother.
one myself.
Peace out.
And hey, when did you guys invite Lance Duffy up into the break room this morning? Because
What?
it seems like someone's bringing home an awful lot of busted stuff to their house.
Whoa. Oh, Mark. Okay. First of all, if I didn't allow busted callers on the air, we wouldn't ever talk to you, Mark. Second of all, it's not about.
I heard he has a party boat.
It's not anymore. He doesn't. It's not about using busted stuff. It's the anticipation of waiting and wanting and the excitement. I just want to use it now, Mark.
So much like your dad. That's why you had busted stuff all your life. You should really think about this as you go forward throughout the day.
All right, Mark. Look, I know you lost weight, and we're all proud of you, buddy, but you are still a big old boy. And I find it hard to believe that a big old boy like you that would have all kinds of food ready to go on this Blackstone would look at a broken handle and go, no, I'm going to wait on this delicious food I'm going to cook on my Blackstone. Your fat ass is taking that broken Blackstone.
I saved my hard-earned money, damn it, and I'm going to get the good one, not the broken one.
Okay.
Tommy, you are a genius.
He's a
I don't know
genius.
how
The
you
guy
put
said
up
he
with
wasn't
these.
delivering.
I'll take it, Mark.
Mark, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, there goes Mark. You were a lot cooler than most people would have been in this
What are you
situation.
gonna do?
Look, man.
I mean, the guy in the truck broke.
Well, because like you thought you were getting it in the middle of the week, and that got delayed, and then you got it. You're supposed to get it Friday. That didn't happen, right?
And I was just hoping to get it now for Memorial Day was my next dilemma.
Sure. Okay, but you got it.
Because we got rid of our old grill. I threw that thing out.
Yeah, I remember. You're going to go to jail for chucking a bunch of stuff into that
Yeah, I
dumpster
cleaned
across the
house,
street.
yeah.
You realize that if you would have demanded something be done that day, you probably would have gotten it on Friday.
But could you do it?
But how?
They would have found a way. Look, man, I mean,
Yeah, but I'm not gonna get pissed off at a guy he's just working.
Yeah,
man.
but there are people that'll brag about their
got those in my family.
skills, I guess you could call
You're
it.
exactly. And then they
Negotiating
reenact-
skills.
They also reenact the anger when they're telling it to you. Like
Yeah.
they start getting visibly upset again
Yeah.
as they're telling you the story.
It always makes me feel so uncomfortable.
Yeah,
No,
that
there-
was my parents.
but there are tons of people listening right now
The
that
piss and
have...
moaners always get their way. I get it.
Is it not a skill? I mean, it is a skill. I'm with you. I don't have it in me.
Yeah, you gotta be
So-
willing to do it.
So when the guys brought it yesterday, my wife we had the tip battle again.
Oh.
So she goes, "Are you going to tip them?" And I go, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, they broke the last one." I go, "Well, I don't know if these guys broke
True.
it, but it's 85 degrees. They're in a hot truck delivering stuff all day. I'm going to throw them a couple of bucks."
Such a good guy.
And I got blessed.
How so?
He told me to have a blessed day.
Oh, look, you gave him money.
He's a Christian, and he blessed me.
Okay.
So I had that going all day.
All right.
Like I was blessed.
But you're agnostic.
I don't care. His blessing came on me, so that's his blessing on me because I threw him a couple of dollars. That's how the world works. So I even told her. I said, "Yeah." I said I gave him that money. You know what he said? "Have a blessed day."
Man, look at you.
I felt good about myself.
All right, so let me ask you this question, not you, because you're biased. I'm gonna talk to Kimmy.
Okay.
Because with the idea that he could have demanded, like, you guys broke this thing, it's supposed to be here today.
I said, "Have it run down."
I want something done, and they would have
Create another girl immediately.
They would have figured something out. They would have been able to go find one, and they would have. I'm telling you, man, it would have happened. And there are lots of people who have pulled that move. If you make a big enough stink,
I know.
you would have had something in
There
your
are people
driveway.
that make it. It's a sport to them.
Yeah.
Okay, Kimmy.
Yeah.
The fact that Tommy didn't demand his grill, does that make him a good guy? Or does that make him a bitch?
I think it makes him a good person because the person that you're going to be taking your anger out on is usually never the person whose fault it is that you don't have your stuff.
Understood. But there are people that look at that guy as collateral damage. I
Yeah.
don't mean to take it out on you,
Right.
but you're the only person that's going to be able to get me from point A to point B when I want it.
But
Yeah.
you and I and Kimmy all had that job.
Yeah.
We're on the other side of the counter.
Yeah.
Other side of the phone.
And I'm
other
just
side
getting
of,
your
yeah.
wrath.
Sure.
Right.
And I am just here to serve you what I have
I'm
available.
just trying to help.
Yeah, but
Right.
here's the thing.
And I hated those customers.
But you
with a
also
passion.
know there was a way for you to make it work if you really wanted to make it work.
Yes, it was. But I can't do it.
Okay. No, I get it. I'm with you. I can't do
I'm
it either.
spineless.
But that
Because-
makes us
I'm
both
a known
bitches.
hider.
I think
Because-
it makes us bitches.
I'm fine with that, though. I
And the-
mean, I think I live longer not being that person.
And that's what we all want.
The worst part is if you do that, you have to see these people again because they're going to come deliver your new grill. And then you go, "Hey guys, thanks so much." You know, like you have to completely change your tune when they show back up. And now it's just awkward for
I
everybody.
wonder if they did something to my grill.
What are they going to do? Rub their dong on it? And burn that right off.
What did I do? What did I do with that meat?
It's a hot grill. You just scrub it. You scrub all that delivery dong off there, and you're good to cook. You know, we were talking about waiting for that thing you were anticipating with Tommy's Blackstone being broken the day it was supposed to be delivered after he ran his mouth over. Take me out, Mr. Blackstone. Tommy Blacks is what they call me. Mark writes me, my father-in-law waited his entire life to buy a new boat. The boat was transported to Canandaigua Lake from Syracuse. Guys at the marina went to put it in, took the straps off too early.
Oh, no.
So her maiden voyage was in 3 inches of water, shattered the bottom of the boat. We had to
Shattered
wait.
the hull?
That's what it says. Mark goes on. We had to wait 6 more months to actually get it.
The poor guy.
And then when we got it, it was the fall, so he couldn't use it until next summer.
And the money and the time he waited.
You would have been cool then. Oh, no, guys, it's cool. Just a mistake. Mistakes happen. I am telling you, like, talk like this. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, here's $20.
Yes, Tommy.
Have a blessed day. Thank you. You being able to stay cool in that situation?
I don't know.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let's say the delivery drivers got the black zone off the truck and they're walking it to where it's supposed to be and they break it in front of you.
Oh.
Does that change how cool you are? You witnessed it happen. It's literally on your proper
And now
time.
you're faced with the decision of you have to tell them to take it back.
Oh, yeah. They look
You
at
know
you and
what I
go,
mean?
what do you
Yeah,
want to
you'd
do?
have to.
Well, so they go, what do you want to do?
Take it back.
Take it back! Take it back! Get that out of my face! I'm cool up to a point. I'm a cool cucumber up until I get
I'd
pushed.
be polite.
Take it back. Well, the guys, well, if we got to take it back, it's going to, my kids' baseball games tonight. My wife's been telling me I'm not spending enough time with our children. I don't know what to do. What do you want to do?
What I want to do? I want to just make out this didn't happen. Get out of
Take
here.
it back! Take it back! Now, take it back! Enjoy your divorce.
Get off of
Take
my
it back.
property.
Take it back.
It does suck, man. Like, you just want things to go nice.
Yeah, I
If
understand.
something just go nice.
What are you talking about, man? You have the most charmed life ever.
I want like more.
And
Can I have more? Maybe some more charm I'm not getting.
You're also in the position where you should be patient with things because
am
it's not like
patient.
you need it
Hurry up.
right away for something. You know what
I
I mean?
know.
Well, no, in his defense, right?
I'm pretty patient.
Yeah.
You're the least patient person I've
What are you
ever
talking
met.
about?
Okay, look. You being patient and what happened here are two different things, right? Because you're right, Kimmy, he didn't need it in that moment.
Right.
But fridge full of food, ready to roll, mouth watering. I'm going to make
Wait, your
seafood.
mom came by?
I'm complimenting you, you bitch.
Oh, mouth of water.
This is why I can never be nice to you, because the second
Get it off.
He
Get it off the
flips.
truck. Wait, she's busted. Well, she's always been busted. Her handle's dangling.
We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Group Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, if I'm that delivery guy, I'm just not telling Tommy. There's no way he would have noticed it was broken.
I would notice a handle missing on it. It's out of the box, man.
Bill goes on, he's not man enough to operate a Blackstone in the first place. There's no way he's man enough to know what it was supposed to look like. I would have just lied to him and said, oh, you got this model instead. He's right, man. If those guys would have just gaslighted you, you would have taken it.
Well, it is gas. You're right. And by the way, it shows a woman cooking on the grill on the box.
What about it?
So I can grill.
Okay.
I can
good
grill
luck.
as good as a woman.
You don't grill. You grill seafood and fennel. No, seriously, you were all excited about the vegetables.
Pat, I like big tubular meat on my grill.
Last week, I shouldn't get a Blackstone because I don't eat any of that stuff. Oh, you're a bitch. She has
I have a cheat day with long tubular meat.
Well, maybe I want to spend my cheat day at a high-end chain restaurant.
Ooh.
Well, there's only one of these left in our community, and we've been following this story now for 3 weeks. Something that was anticipated finally happened yesterday. And when this story hit, Tommy, something you said last week stuck in my head, and you are absolutely right.
Trying to remember what I said.
It was something smart, so you probably forgot.
Yeah.
We'll get into it and tell you which restaurant has officially filed for bankruptcy next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. It is official.
What happened?
Well, it's a story we've been following for the last 3 weeks, and it directly affected folks that live in Henrietta. And something you said last week when we were having this discussion about that Henrietta location closing, it popped when I read this headline yesterday.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF yesterday, Red Lobster officially filed for bankruptcy.
But they're still open.
Yes, so it's Chapter 11, so they're going to try and ride its way through this thing. It says in the filing they had liabilities between $1 and $100 billion.
Wait, $100 billion?
Between $1 and $100 billion.
Oh,
so it could be 2, could be 99 billion, could be anywhere in
There's
between.
a lot of Galasanos in there.
So the company that declared bankruptcy, the owners, they bought Red Lobster in 2014, and from that point, they bought the company that's filing for bankruptcy, bought the chain in 2020, and from that point, it's been a disaster.
Hey, great job, guys.
Might have been the worst time to buy a restaurant in the history of the world. And in the bankruptcy, they cite the COVID pandemic and rising food costs, which is weird. They should just shop at Target like we talked about this morning.
Yeah, get your bags of shrimp there.
Prices going down. So we've been following this story arc for like 3 weeks now. First, the reports that they were in trouble. And the reason they were in trouble is because we ate them out of shrimp. Then the shuttering of dozens of stores nationwide, including the Henrietta location, and the auctions that came along with it, and now the official declaration of bankruptcy. And something you said last week, Tommy, popped in my head when I read this headline.
What I said.
We're watching something we never thought we'd see. This brand that we've known our whole lives, even though it wasn't local, was always part of our community as long as most of us can remember.
It was Americana.
You said you never thought you'd see a day where Sears and Red Lobster no longer existed, right? And, I mean, Red Lobster still exists now, but we may not be all that far away from seeing exactly what you described. It's a very strange feeling.
It is. Because you just take these things for granted that they're just always going to be there.
So much for granted that you don't even feel the need to go spend your money at these places because they're always going to be there, right? Like, this story is proof that no matter how important we think something is or how long it's been around, eventually it's going to go away.
Yeah.
Everything will eventually go away.
Right, because I can't even think of a business that came in that necessarily directly replaced it either.
There is no business like Red Lobster.
It's just one of those things that I guess over time people just kind of, I don't know if they forgot about it or just, kind of phased out of their routine.
Well, look, I mean, first of all, seafood is a luxury.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was an affordable. I mean, they made it cheaper.
Affordable compared to what the other places were.
Like you're going like a high-end steakhouse to get like your shrimp and lobster,
But I mean, like even going to Red Lobster, I mean, we talked about this. Red Lobster was looked at as the fanciest of the chain restaurants, right? Like it wasn't something you were doing once a month. At least most people weren't.
Right.
So
but they made it work for so long. I mean, I hated those places in high school.
Yeah, no, I know. I got it. And that's a terrible way to talk about the girls you were dating.
Not really. They were some Florida lobsters. All the meats in the tail.
You know, it's funny, man. Like, you talk about this place being part of the community. Like, roads like Ridge Road in Greece and Jefferson and Henrietta, lots of things changed around those Red Lobster locations throughout the last couple of decades. But that Red Lobster was like the one thing that didn't change.
Yeah, it hung in there.
Like, yesterday, I'm driving by because the place I get my lunch every day is right next to Red Lobster in Henrietta.
Oh, Sissies? Are they still open? You should do a sissy salad. Can I have some croutons? I'm sorry, it's not Wednesday.
What did you have?
How much? What kind of dressing? On the side, please.
What'd you have for lunch yesterday?
I had a man's lunch.
What's
son.
that? What's that?
I had a big old veggie burger.
You had a veggie burger?
No bun on top of a Caesar salad with light dressing.
Dressing on the side?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. What I'm getting at is, like that location Henrietta, for example, on Jefferson Road, everything around that location has changed over the last 20 years. Like the place, you wouldn't recognize it if you took a picture.
In and out.
Come and goes, yeah.
Exactly. But the only thing that's been consistent is that Red Lobster, and it's not going to be there anymore.
And they seem to have the right formula. You know what I mean? Because it worked, to your point.
Up until now. It's funny, too, because, it's empty. It's completely empty, right? There's nobody going in and out of that place. It's almost like you walk by like a haunted house. It's like, ooh, the old Red Lobster place.
What are people going to do after church now? Because that was like one of the top after church 2 o'clock main meal joints in the South.
I'll tell you where they're going, and they've already been going, and maybe that's why Red Lobster's going declaring bankruptcy. Golden Corral. Golden Corral has become
but that's
the
always been around
spot.
too, right?
Golden Corral's relatively new.
Is it?
And Cracker Barrel too is that after church main meal at 2:00, Southern eating.
Yeah, you love squeezing Cracker Barrel in everywhere you can.
Yes, you do.
Love me some Cracker Barrel.
Again, Cracker Barrel is overrated.
It can't be. It's famous.
Well, because you go there on a pretty regular basis, right?
Oh, mosey in every now and then. Give me some store-bought candy and sit on a rocket
You
chair.
only mosey into a Cracker Barrel. There's no other way to enter the store.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Yesterday, it's official. Red Lobster files for bankruptcy, and they're not shutting down all their stores. They're going to try and ride their way through this, but it's not looking great right now.
No.
They already closed all those dozens of stores, the one in Henrietta being one of them. It also makes you think, like, what is the next? This is a terrible way to think.
Who's going down next?
Yes, like, what's the next Americana, that brand your entire life that just isn't going to be there anymore? Right? And I mean, department stores seem to be the most vulnerable. So
your Pennies, your Macy's.
We talked about Macy's. They're starting to transition their things, right? They were closing stores.
Penny's still around, right?
Penny's is still around, yes.
And that's almost as old as Sears.
But how many Pennies are there left in the greater Rochester area? The one in Henrietta is still open.
And the one in Greece is still there.
Do we still have 3 Pennies?
We may. Is there Pennies in Eastview?
There was, but I don't know.
I don't.
I haven't been in a Penny's in years, man. My mother lived in those joints.
No, well, Kimmy, Pennies is not highbrow enough for Tommy Boulay. I won't buy the Michael Strahan suit collection.
They got a Strahan suit collection?
Yeah, the whole thing. Great suits, too. They're the flexi suits.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, for, like, large-thighed and broad-shouldered men. No, but I mean, like other restaurants too. Like we heard a couple of years ago, Olive Garden might be in trouble. It seems that they've righted the ship that way, right? Applebee's seems to be crushing it right now, but that's the more affordable option. Your TGI Fridays, like all of these places are places we grew up with that you can't imagine ever not existing. But Red Lobster was that same thing.
But Red Lobster was unique too. Like that's where you could get your seafood.
Yeah, but I think that Olive Garden's unique in other places. It's not unique to us because there's so much Italian food here.
It's tough,
right? Like I mean, you go to the Midwest. Outside of Kansas City or Youngstown, Ohio, where are you getting good Italian food?
Yeah, true.
Right? I mean, it's is there another...
It's hit or miss.
Right? You go to Carrabba's?
I think that there are... Go ahead.
There were just, when I traveled, there was always those weird pockets that had Italian communities that I didn't think would have Italians. Like, how did you end up here?
I'm with you.
What boat navigated you to this place in Cincinnati?
Yeah, the Kansas City Italians, you're right, make no sense to me.
Well, I was...
Rope ride and make me some marinara?
I was always surprised... going to school in Morgantown, West Virginia, there were a lot of good Italian places because Italians worked in the mines. So there were like a couple good spots where you would just never think in West Virginia. Yeah.
All right. Well, if Red Lobster is something you fancy, it may be a good idea, just out of caution, to go as much as you can, either to support them or to get it before maybe they're not around anymore.
Popcorn shrimp.
As we're talking about saving money, there's another business we're going to tell you about that isn't going to be around much longer, but this is a different kind of story.
Oh.
This is a man who did all he could and decided he's ready to hang it up.
Oh, he's retiring.
He's walking away.
Okay.
But it's going to benefit people listening because this is a high-end luxury store.
Oh.
And he's got to get rid of all the inventory.
So he's having like a high-end blowout sale?
Big-ass blowout sale. And when you find out what it is and how much you're going to save, you might be interested. The only problem...
What's the problem?
Well, if you live in the greater Rochester area, it's going to be a little bit of a drive.
How far?
Well, I'll tell you. And also, you're not entirely sure what's going to be there when you get there. But, Tommy, this stuff can be so expensive.
Yeah, but if it's all picked over by the time I get there?
Yeah, but what if it's not?
All right.
Tell you what's going down in a village south of us next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Time is money, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And in this case, the time you spend traveling could save you a whole bunch of said money.
What's going on?
Well, this item is traditionally very expensive. But there are some issues here. One, this is a place you probably never shopped at.
Yeah.
2, you don't know what this place would have left when you get there. 3, you couldn't be sure even how much you're spending until you walk through the door.
It's a big crapshoot.
It is. But, Tommy, you're saving maybe a fortune.
You said I got to travel.
There is going to be a drive involved.
Same time zone?
Yeah, it's not that far.
Well, you don't have to go that far to get to another time zone.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, what?
The state of New York wants to make sure we stop hurting ourselves crashing into animals. And they're also concerned.
What's that time of the year?
Well, and they're concerned about the animals themselves, wanting to get them surviving.
Yeah.
Right? So they have a brilliant new idea
Okay.
that seems logical that some folks are fighting against. And we'll tell you the story just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. It's the end of an era for a small-town jewelry store just south of us.
Oh.
Over the last 3 decades in business, David Mann's Jewelers in Geneseo will be closing forever.
Oh.
Now, by the way, David Mann's Jewelers in Geneseo, not to be confused with Mann's Jewelers in Pittsburgh.
Two different Manns,
Two different Manns. So Mann's in Pittsburgh is not closing.
Right.
David Mann Jewelers in Geneseo is closing.
All right.
And this gentleman, David Mann, he took this business over in 1989 from his father-in-law. From that moment, they have been a mainstay on Main Street in Geneseo. Think of how many times they've seen that bear get crushed by a car.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
As part of the store closing, they're having a 70% off
Damn.
store-wide sale. They got to get rid of that inventory.
Wow, so it's almost regular price.
And that could be a hell of a deal for the folks that can hear us.
Sure.
Now, story in the DNC says the sale will be going on while supplies last. So we don't even know how long you'd have a chance to get down there and buy.
Right.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it worth a trip from Rochester?
I mean, if you want to get your old lady a diamond.
It's $40, 40 minutes about each way, so you're looking at an hour and a half commitment.
Yeah, but if you're looking for a diamond, if you're a guy getting married, you're definitely going down there.
It's worth it if you have a big event coming up, a special occasion coming up, something that you've been specifically eyeing. It seems like a weird thing to go down and I guess you could call it an impulse buy. You know what I mean? Just see what they got.
Okay, but everyone's going to have birthdays and anniversaries forever.
So you keep it for maybe the potential down the road?
No, maybe. No. I mean, what woman doesn't want? I mean, it's jewelry, right?
Well, I don't know. If you don't really have
Right.
something if you don't have a plan for it, you don't know where you're going to be by the time you're ready to give
I'm
that
thinking
gift.
most women are going to go down there and score themselves whatever they want.
Okay,
Like
so
they
you're
say.
saying the ladies are going to go
It's
do it.
possible, that too.
She'll just buy
Yeah.
herself diamond earrings or a necklace or a what else?
Okay, but what else?
I'm trying to think what other things they want.
Bracelet.
A bracelet. There you go.
Rings.
Mostly, I'm guessing most women are looking for diamonds.
I don't know, man. I mean, some women aren't. My wife doesn't like.
Yeah.
Really?
No, I think there's a whole bunch of jewelry that she could be into.
You ever see Kimmy with a diamond outside of her engagement ring? We don't even know if that's real. That could be rock candy.
No, it'd be gone by now.
I mean, let's look at the pros and cons here, right? The pros, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You would save a fortune,
Yeah.
right? Your partner would have no idea that you saved that kind of money, so you could still look
Big time.
big money
Big money.
without spending big money.
You know what you can do, too? Father's Day coming up.
Yeah.
Score the old man a watch.
Ah, there you go. I don't
Dad
care.
needs a good wristwatch.
Dad, who cares about
You
their
tell
dad
me
that much?
watches are back now.
They watches are back, but who cares about their dad enough? I'm going to buy that, spend that kind
No,
of
but
money.
the old lady could get him one.
Yeah.
Look, I think that there is something here to buying multiple gifts and spreading them out over the next few years.
All right.
Because you could straight up spoil that person in your life without them realizing that you have spent a fraction of what
Especially
you're
when
supposed to
That's
spend.
great.
If you F up.
Oh, emergency F-up present.
Oh, wow.
Man, you drop that diamond.
You keep saying diamend.
Well, diamond's the top thing.
No,
isn't
you
it?
could gold necklace. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah,
stuff
if you
out
had an
there.
Italian
that-
man in your life, gold necklace. You were saying, Kimmy.
I think that makes more sense if you're married and in like a long-term relationship. Whereas, like, if you're just dating somebody, are you
Wait,
going
no.
to do this, not
No.
knowing where the future
Okay,
I
but
mean,
leads
I'm
you?
not doing it for a date.
Wait a minute. No, you guys are not thinking smart here. You got
Wait a
to
minute.
work smart, not work hard.
What are you doing?
To say I break up with a woman I'm with, I'm going to eventually meet somebody else. Is it
Yeah.
is it bad to
But what
have
if she doesn't like silver? Or, I mean, like, women have different preferences, you know what I mean? Like, chances are she'll like a nice piece of jewelry, but there's no guarantee.
I've only been in a jewelry store because I was in a relationship. That's it.
Yeah, why else would a guy go into a
Right.
jewelry store?
But not like perceived coming up relationship.
Okay.
Like I
you
would
had,
have
you
to
had to
get
be invested.
yeah,
Yeah.
in order to buy like what you call like my bullpen of like jewelry in case I screw
Yeah.
up.
Okay, but I get it, like, 20, 25, 30 years old, if you're still a single guy, that wouldn't come across your mind. But we have experience, man. We are now able to help out the men that are coming behind us. And I don't think it's a bad idea to have a bullpen of jewelry if you could save a fortune on it, ready to roll. And Kimmy, you brought up the question, how do you know this woman's going to like XYZ? Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you a dirty little secret about most men buying gifts for their wives and girlfriends. You ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't care if you like it, if it looks expensive.
Oh. All right.
Is that a fair statement?
But you don't care, but
It's
she
bling.
might care.
I get it, but here's the thing. If you're going to be like, I don't like this, I now have the ability to go, do you realize what I spent? Look how expensive this is. I spend my hard-earned money on you, and I show you how much I care. And now, you know what that is? That is an argument that I have won in my back pocket.
No.
I now
yeah.
get to
Seems
pocket
like
that.
It's not worth the trouble.
Okay.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
That's spoken like a woman who wins every argument.
Yes.
I mean, as we look at the cons here, look, there are cons, right? As we're talking about David Mann's Jewelers and Geneseo, they are closing forever. And they're having a 70% off sale as this man is retiring. So if you want to drive from Rochester 40 minutes each way, if we look at the cons,
Yeah.
you don't know what's going to be left by the time you get there because you could drive all the way down there just to find a couple of empty cases. 70% off also doesn't mean you can still afford it.
Well, that's
Right,
true
right.
too.
You're not.
But
I
you're
don't think
closer.
you're getting anything for cheap.
Well, no, there could be some cheap things, but I mean, like 70% off a pair of $5,000 earrings would still be like over $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Right? And I don't even personally know what a deal is when it comes to jewelry.
I can't
No
tell you.
idea.
I know nothing of jewelry.
Like, I have to trust the folks that are helping me out when I go and look at stuff like that.
Yeah, but I don't know what they're telling me.
That's what I mean. So,
Like I only know like Rolex, like that's an expensive high-end watch.
yeah, but I don't even know like what I would be supposed to spending.
But then there's like other high-end watches, but I don't know. Are they below Rolex? Are they above Rolex? I just know Rolex because it's been around forever.
Is there anything above Rolex?
I don't know.
When you've purchased jewelry in the past,
Me?
was this something? Well, either of you. Was this something you shopped around for, or did you go to like kind of one place and scope it out there?
Are we talking about the past?
Well, I'm talking about because how you're saying like you don't really know what things are supposed to cost, and really the only way you'd get a better idea of that is if you go like to a bunch of different stores and see what the prices are like.
My stuff was a slack ass
Yeah.
rush job. Here's your ring. It's supposed to turn your skin green. That means it's good.
We were just talking about JCPenney's, right? Fun fact for all of you guys out there, JCPenney sells diamond stuff
Yeah.
for unbelievably inexpensive.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they're like tiny chips of
Yeah,
things.
yeah, but it still looks dazzling.
It does, right? So like every woman I ever dated before I met my wife, right? I would go and I would find out, I would buy that stuff for a fraction of what it costs other places because these women didn't know either.
Right.
I would find a way to get the JCPenney off the box
Yeah.
and I just wouldn't tell her where I got it from.
Yeah. It's going to go on her busted hand with her chipped nail polish.
Like I remember this girl I was dating in my late teens, right? I went and got her. It was a heart necklace and it had like a bunch of diamond chips in it. I think I spent like $80 on the thing. And her mother was convinced that I had spent like $500, $600, $700
Yeah,
on
you
this
let her.
necklace.
Yeah, you just let her think that.
It's genius. It's a genius move.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Kimmy, if I don't care, not a lot of
Yeah.
work goes into it.
Yeah.
Which is why
Well, no, I was talking more not so much who you're buying for, but the fact that you don't want to get taken advantage of when it comes to certain things you're looking for. If you have no idea what the price is supposed to be,
But see, when I
are
walk
you just willing to pay it there because you don't want to shop around?
when I walk into a jewelry store, no offense to any jeweler, I already know I'm being taken advantage of.
no
This
offense,
is an
you're ripping me off.
This is an absolutely unnecessary thing I am purchasing.
It is the luxury of luxuries.
I'm never going to see the money back again. I don't care if it increases in value. I'll never get the benefit of it. It's just something shiny for her to wear. Pointless.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right.
So I'm already bent over.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You know, you've been around a while. You know what you're talking about. I've been around shorter, but I feel like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to making women happy. There's a man who's been around longer than both of us.
Oh.
And he's got some wisdom, buddy.
All right.
Frank's on CMF. Hey, Frankie, how are you, buddy?
I got one for you. When I got engaged, I gave the ring to my wife. She looked at me and said, "That's not big enough." we went to the jeweler, and she paid for a bigger one.
She said that to your face, Frank?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Frank, that's not big enough for me.
Did she
You
end
gotta
up
know
paying?
my wife.
So did she
Oh,
pay the
yeah.
difference, or did
Oh,
she
yeah.
just straight up pay for the whole thing?
No, she paid the difference.
Right.
She wanted something larger, and I don't know, was a marquee something or other. She wanted something different. She said, "Let's go to the jewelers." I said, "Okay." She got what she wanted.
Frank, no, you're a much more patient man than I am, because at that moment, guess what I would have not been doing?
Oh.
Getting married anymore.
Yeah, she said, "Hey, what do you know? What was that's my wife."
Were you offended at all in the moment?
You'd have to be.
No, not at all. No, why would I?
But she turned her nose up.
No, she wanted something larger, so she got it.
I'd be pissed.
In a
I'm
different
done.
setting. That's fine with me. I spent quite a bit of money, and I wasn't going to spend any more. I thought she'd like it a lot.
I'm breaking up.
I want something larger than that. So that's what she's wearing once in a while.
Frankie, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day, man. I'm with you.
I'm down at Avon Rub and Tug in like 20 minutes. I'm taking that money and giving it to her Candy Girl.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let's say your husband, he hears us talking about this, right?
Yeah.
He jumps in the car, he races down to this jewelry store in Geneseo. He buys you something nice, but it's super discounted.
Okay.
He gives it to you.
Yeah.
Would it bother women that their partners went this far out of their way to save money?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, you're getting a nice piece of jewelry, right?
You are,
I
but
would-
he could have bought that nice piece of jewelry full price, but he didn't care about you
Yeah,
enough
but
to
I
do
guess
it.
it's more. I'm sure that maybe for certain purchases it would bother women more. Like I'm guessing, like the engagement ring is something.
Bitches. That's code. That's Kimmy code for bitches and sea bags.
The-
Oh, we want the money.
The engagement ring, I would think, maybe something you don't want them to buy on super discount.
But why?
Because you're buying it because it's on discount, not necessarily because it's what she wants.
Well, but, I mean...
I don't know. I wouldn't have cared if my husband got it on discount.
Because I'm a good woman.
No, I'm just not like
Well,
a...
she's also, she was a discount
I'm not like a big jewelry person. I don't know the
She
difference.
don't flash.
I don't know the difference
Nothing.
between big ticket items, you know what I mean? But I think that there are people out there that really know what they want, and if they don't get that specific thing, it's going to be disappointing for
Spoiled
them.
girls.
See, but that would... Okay, now that sounds creepy when you say it
But they
like that.
spoil girls.
Where are the spoiled girls at? I'm
You know,
here for the spoiled girls.
They're down at the jewelry store and at the margarita bar.
I mean, if it's, I don't know, that would bother me. Like, if we had like, you're right. You brought up the whole engagement thing. Like, if I have an opportunity to go down to this place and try and find something,
Yeah.
right? And my girlfriend at the time goes, no, I want to go pay for what I want. Or I want you to go pay for what I exactly want.
Yeah.
That would be a red flag for me.
You're starting off
But-
on a bad foot, man.
But she said it's what she wants, and you're not technically getting what she wants.
But this is we're going down a bad road already.
Well, but you're the one seeking a discount.
I'm
Well,
trying
yeah,
to,
'cause,
yeah.
yeah.
I don't
mean,
want to go broke.
We're
But
we're
are
in
you
this
seeking
together.
a discount because you can't afford it? Or are you seeking a discount to get a discount?
What's the difference?
No, man.
Well,
I'm going to tell you something
I'm
right
saying,
now.
like, if you can afford to buy what she wants, I'm asking. If you could afford to buy what your wife wanted, and instead went and got a discounted ring that wasn't what she wanted, you wouldn't do that.
But no man on this planet, and his mother ain't been born, and I cuss a woman out. No man can afford his first wedding. Period.
First wedding, he says.
You damn sure can't afford it because you're young, you're broke. Like if you break down your first wedding, you shouldn't have been doing this financially because
Yeah,
you
sure.
didn't have any money.
No, you're right.
So you're already going in underwater. So if I can get a discount, why not?
Kimmy, how is that not logical?
Because like you're a kid, you're starting out.
If
They're
you can
telling you
get a
3 months
discount-
salary.
Listen.
3 months salary. What am I going to eat for 3 months?
If you can get a discount on something that she loves, perfect.
No, but if she
But
goes
I think
and
that
looks
there
at
may
me,
be sometimes when you just say, that ring will do, it's on discount.
Yes, I don't see the problem with
I
that.
buy you a 7-course dinner and you say thanks for the snack.
It's kind of also a slap
I
in the
give you
face.
7 women. I screwed this on.
Yeah, you did. Way to go.
Damn it. I love BB King.
It would also be a slap in the face if she could afford to buy her own ring herself and you still went and got a discount.
No, but wait a minute. I mean, to Tommy's point, like, we're starting our lives together here, right? Now, my money is going to become your money, is going to become my money. I would think that a woman looking at a man who is trying to make this move, even if he can't afford it, that's a guy you want to hitch your wagon to.
Yes.
Right? That's someone who's going to be able to
He's going to listen to every one of your stories when you come home from work.
I just mean financially.
That too.
I want the guy who's
that guy. A good guy.
Spend the least amount of money on things that may or may not be important. I don't know. I'm shocked by that take from you, Kimmy.
I just know women that like they've had their eye on like one specific ring their whole life, and it's a disappointment when that ring doesn't show up.
Was that you?
No, I just said I have no idea the difference.
No, it is amazing. It is amazing. Like Kimmy will present these women types, right? And they'll be like, not me, every time. I am the greatest woman that ever lived. Wonderful wife, fantastic
I'm literally
worker.
wearing a rubber ring right now. You think I care what my ring looked like? I had no idea in my head what kind of ring I wanted.
Did you swallow it eating Cheetos this weekend?
No, I don't wear it in the mornings because it's my fingers are swollen when I wake up.
Well, lay off the salt. Jesus. How many bags of chips you eating?
Did you pick out your ring at all, or did your husband go get it and surprise
No, he
you?
went and got it and surprised me. I had no idea what to expect.
Okay. And you were happy with it?
Very happy with it.
Okay.
There you go.
That's great.
Bliss of that house.
Man, so what a lucky man he is. Every discussion we have, it's not me, not I, but other women who may
Your
or may
wife
not.
did the same thing. Your
Horrible
wife didn't.
women.
She
picked
bought
it out.
her own ring.
No, I paid for it. She's picked it out
Okay.
with a coupon. It's one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. Like, I still get icky inside when I recount that story. When my wife and I we were getting engaged, and I'm broke, but I had a little bit of money saved. I had a couple, right? So I'm like, all right, I had a plan. And she goes, I found a ring. It was at Macy's at Eastview Mall, so I'm all excited. I told you she doesn't like diamonds, right? So we go, and it's a pearl ring. And
She saw what she liked. She got it.
It's in the clearance section.
Told you.
In the clearance case. So, and then she had a coupon.
Right next to the mood rings.
She had a coupon for 25% off. So my wife's engagement ring cost us like $115.
Man, that's a steal.
And then, so I'm already like, I feel this tall.
And she still loves it today.
She does. I feel 3 inches tall at this moment as she's picking it out. Because look, I'm an insecure 22-year-old stand-up comedian. She's a doctor, right? And she takes the ring out of the case. There's a whole bunch of people around, right, shopping. She goes, "This is my engagement ring," and I'm almost like, "Shut up! Not everybody has to be included in this thing."
Yeah.
And then she didn't even let me propose. She took it out of the box, walking out of the store, and goes, "Look, we're engaged now." She ruined everything.
Is that how that works?
I guess.
Is that legal at Macy's?
Because look, you're right. It all worked out, right? Yeah. It all worked out. But if my wife had told me, hey, I want a $12,000 engagement ring with this setting, what am I doing? I can't do that.
I know.
I can't do that.
I know. I don't really like thinking about rings that I have purchased that went south.
Did you ever get those back?
No. You get nothing back.
I didn't know if they just hated you so much. They're like, please take this.
Nah, I mean, all those relationships ended horribly.
No, I get it.
They're very not good.
But you might own the record for most engagement rings purchased.
Well, I got 4.
4.
Yeah.
One more, you would have gotten a free one. On that punch card.
Oh, I was going to get punched.
All right, let's take a break. So this is going to help the animals that have to cross these places that are super dangerous. It's going to help us either not get hurt or killed or damage all of our cars and have to spend all this money. So why do people have an issue with this idea?
Oh.
We'll tell you about it. I mean, it's unique. It's new.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This idea is logical.
Yeah.
The state says it's going to save us time and money.
This is great.
It's going to save us the lives of these animals.
Fantastic.
Seems like a slam dunk idea.
Dunkaroo.
It also seems like a really hard thing to do. And even though dealing with what we're trying to fix is a massive pain in the ass when it happens, this solution may be a literal bridge too far.
So what do we got to do?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Tuesday.
Ooh, boy.
In just about 30 minutes, we get into everyone's favorite break room game. Set your phone alarm. Come back. Check us out on the live stream. You can catch us, on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. That brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. But where are they whining? Coming up at 9 o'clock, just about a half an hour from now. Do not miss it.
Okay.
Because someone's getting an effing star today.
I got a star.
We'll get to that just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, did you know
What's that?
that every year there are 65,000 deer and car collisions just in the state of New York?
No, wait. 65,000?
65,000
Wait.
deer and car collisions just in the state of New
So that
York.
means we hit 65,000 deer.
A year in the state of
How
New
many
York.
deer are here?
Seems like huge
More
number.
than 65,000. Well, yeah, that's why hunting's around. Look, you go cite it yourself. I'm telling you what I got here is according to Spectrum News last
All right.
night. But 65,000. And I know I didn't get the
So I guess
comma
that-
wrong because 6,500 would be way too low.
Well, that could also be. Could that be like stopping for a deer and having somebody hit you?
That's a good
You know
question.
what
I
I mean?
don't
Like
know.
it maybe you don't
Cause
necessarily
the
hit
accident. All
the
right.
deer, but the deer caused the accident.
I don't think 65,000 in a year is that many in New York. I mean, it's a state of 18
It's higher
million.
than drunk driving.
It's a state of 18 million people, and there are more deer out than drunk drivers. And don't even get me started about the drunk deer. And by the way, that's with modern technology to prevent all that stuff from happening.
Yeah, you get those anti-collision crap.
You got it. So it turns out, Tommy, there is a new idea to try and keep the animals safe and our cars in place.
What do
And
we do?
Well, it's been thrown out in Albany. It's called the New York Wildlife Crossing Act. And this
Crossing Act?
Crossing Act. And the story on Spectrum News said it would establish, and I quote, a wildlife pathway for animals to use to avoid having to go over busy roads.
So they know how to read signs now? Deer crossing?
Right now, there are 45 cameras pointed at roads across the state of New York where they're thinking of building this thing. They're collecting data. And if these are the spots they think will work, the plan is to build tunnels under the road.
But they would have to take the tunnel.
Yes, for the animals to use instead of crossing
By
over.
the way, are deer cool with tunnels?
I haven't talked to any deer lately.
I mean, do they have much
Will they use
tunneling?
them?
So apparently this has been done in other places to great success, according to the folks that want
All right.
this.
So I've seen like the overpass that they've built for wildlife to like go. It's like just a grassy, basically a giant grassy bridge that kind of like goes over roads.
The only way
I don't know where they exist, but I've seen them.
The only one I've ever seen that was in Kansas, and
Okay.
it was
Yeah.
the ranch was so big that they had for the
yeah.
cattle, but that was it. It ain't gonna work, man.
So-
What is that gonna cost us?
What is this cost in the state of New York?
We're already on the hook for the stadium. They're gonna build another tunnel when they haven't fixed half the goddamn bridges, but now the deer gotta get a lit tunnel.
Okay, so you're anti.
don't
Nobody
think
said
They
lit.
should build a tunnel going under the road to the stadium, so that way you don't have to stop traffic.
Ah,
Okay, except there'll be traffic in the tunnel, and we'll all be
No,
just
it'd
sucking
be
in
like
car
a
fumes.
people tunnel.
A people tunnel.
People
tunnel.
Okay. You're anti-animal wildlife tunnel.
I don't think it works.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I will tell you this.
What?
They put a what do you call those things, like tracking necklace?
Yeah.
On a bobcat and some of her babies. And they've already built one tunnel somewhere in the state of New York. And they have found that the bobcat immediately started using the tunnel instead of going over the
Well, I
road,
guess
which
that
she had
makes
with her kids.
Sense. The cars
Right.
would kind of scare you away from using the road.
But deer just seem to go wherever they can eat.
Well, yeah,
Like,
but
you know what I mean? Like, so, like, if they're in my neighborhood, right?
yeah.
So, like, I see deer every morning when I leave.
okay.
How is that helping me?
All right, look.
I get it if it helps me on 490.
No, but that's just it. It's not going to eliminate every deer
but
accident.
maybe it helps a little.
All right, let me give you an example.
All right.
So the state says they did some research on a 15-mile stretch of thruway to figure out how bad these accidents had gotten. And they discovered,
So you're on 90.
yes, they discovered that on average, there are 19 animals killed per mile of thruway every year. So in just that 15-mile stretch, they saw 300 dead animal collisions in a year. And that's
some of that squirrel and bird.
I don't know if they were. Why are you fighting this so hard?
I'm just saying.
Even if it like cuts it down like 30%.
Right.
30%.
Isn't that kind of still maybe worth it because of how, dangerous it can be for people involved?
Right.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you're doing 70, 80 on 90 and you blast a deer.
Oh, yeah. It's horrifying. You could die.
You could die. So, keeping that from happening would be a pretty good idea.
Why can't they just build a higher fence along to keep them out? Along both sides of the road.
Why is everything build a wall with you?
Well, this seems to be the talk these days.
No, but they have to get to the other side. I mean, look, we want to be technical about it. They were here first.
Well, their ancestors were.
Well, I'm saying. I mean, you're gonna build it. You're gonna build a giant fence the length of the 90.
Well, yeah.
Instead of a couple of tunnels underneath it.
All right.
That sounds way more expensive.
But it also seems like because the deer is probably the main thing that we're scared of. Not hitting like a raccoon or something. You're not going to crash your car hitting a raccoon.
Well, I mean, there could also
mess up your car, though.
And the size of a cat.
People will swerve to avoid them, and that could cause an accident, right?
That's true.
And we just brought up bobcat. That's another big animal. We don't have moose in New York, right?
No.
What about bear? Hit a bear on the thruway?
Has anybody ever I've never heard of somebody crashing hitting a bear.
Neither have I, but we're not in bear country. I mean, bear country's more up north. Could you Google bear car accident in New York State?
But you do see those adorable, like the mother bear bringing the cubs across the road and everybody's got to stop.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't stop. I got places to be.
I bet it's louder than that.
Wiped out 2 generations of bear with
It's got to be like running over a fat guy.
252 WCMF, sitting right now in Albany, the New York Wildlife Crossing Act. And long story short, the state would build tunnels underneath some parts of major roads in New York to create a pathway for animals to get where they got to go. By the way, it's not just New York State. The plan is to do this all the way across America, from Mexico all the way up to Canada, for migrating animals to use.
Man, what are we going to spend? Are you goddamn kidding me?
That's what they want to do. But again, you're spending, but you might be saving in the long run based on how much money we all spend when we crush a deer or a moose or a bear or whatever it would be. What's a Mexican animal you could hit?
A Mexican animal?
Like down in the south.
They have deer.
Okay. They got Texas deer?
Yeah. Florida has deer.
Oh.
There's deer all over the world.
I didn't know that, man. I'm sorry.
There are no deer in China.
Shut up.
No, I'm serious.
No, there's no deer in China.
No.
Get the hell out of here.
Deer are like more Western.
Well, you know why? Because, deer eat cheese.
Right. And they're attracted by the scent of cheese.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I live down in Danville and everything. I live back up to a creek.
Doesn't everybody down there?
Yeah, that's true. But right next to me is 390. The bridge goes underneath. The deer go from one side, cross over to my side, cut through my yard, and go down and sleep down the woods.
Okay, so wait, they do use the tunnel or they don't use the tunnel?
They do.
Okay, so they figured out to use the tunnel instead of getting blasted by cars.
Right, right.
Right.
I've walked down there. They got a path that's probably 3 feet wide, probably 1.5 feet deep, where they come up the bank to get up into the grass.
Okay, can I ask then a potentially stupid question? Because, look, up until I saw the data in here that they threw out, I thought this was stupid too. Mike, if the deer can figure out how to use the tunnel, how come they can't figure out to wait until a car comes by to run out in the middle of the road?
Great point.
I used to drive to Rochester all the time to work, and there'd be deer standing on the side of the road just waiting for the car to go by. Then I look in my rear view mirror, and then they be crossing. Some do, some don't.
All right.
All depends. I think it may be the rut season or whatever, or something spooked them.
So we're only hitting the stupid ones, is what Mike's saying.
Isn't that the way life works out?
The Tommy Muley of deer are the ones getting blasted by our cars.
You
Mike,
got it.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Mike says it works, Tommy.
All right.
Mike says
He's
it's
got
working.
some deer facts to back it up.
Well, I mean, it's an anecdotal deer fact, but it's an interesting idea.
Okay.
How many of these tunnels already exist?
I don't know.
Well, he wasn't really talking about a tunnel. It sounded more like an overpass.
No, he said it went underneath.
yeah.
That's what this
Underneath?
would be. Like they would
Yeah.
be building. I mean, I don't know if it's so much
Like a dugout tunnel.
Yeah, like maybe it's something that's already. What do they call it? Not an easement.
an
a
overpass.
culvert. That's what they use.
A culvert.
Culvert. Does anyone know what a culvert is?
Yeah, it's where the water goes. Underneath the
Oh, is it?
road.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then they're going to build.
It's like a
them-
pipe.
They're going to build.
It's
them-
like a pipe. It's like
Okay.
a two-ended open pipe.
That's what they're building.
A culvert.
That's what they
Culvert.
called it.
All
But I
right.
didn't know what a culvert was, and I didn't want to sound stupid, so I didn't want to use. The
I mean,
word.
you lure them in there with the cheese.
No, there's no cheese, and they'll use
That's
them on
why
their own.
China doesn't have this problem.
Shut up. How do you know China isn't hitting stuff all over the place?
I don't know what they hit over China. What's the main Chinese animal?
Are there panda bears in the wild?
Oh yeah.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I thought they were endangered,
Yeah,
so I
so
don't know
did
how
I.
No,
many
but they're
were.
also out there.
could you imagine how bad you'd feel if you hit a panda bear with your
I
car?
know, man. They're so adorable. You're like running over one of your kids' stuffed animals. You know.
Can you Google what people hit with their cars in China? Thank you.
What?
Well, no, I'm serious. Like this has to be a problem in every developed nation in the world,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Hitting animals with cars.
Mhm.
Although I didn't like when I was in England, I didn't hear people bitching about hitting. Like, what did you hit in England?
The pubs.
You-
The winches.
Are there really deer in every country in the world?
I don't know. I
You're-
don't think
why
so.
do you
I
say
think
things?
I know Florida does have. They have deer in the Everglades.
Okay.
And they're miniature deer. I'm not making this up.
Shut up.
And the
Shut your
pythons
stupid
are
mouth.
eating them.
Oh, pythons are eating deer.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that what they're doing?
I'm not making it up.
Oh, you're
like
not making it
the-
up. Oh, there's no deer in China because there's no cheese. I'm not making up. The pythons are eating the mini deer. In
Well,
Everglades.
let me know when you have when you go to the China buffet and you get a grilled cheese sandwich. You didn't get one, bro. You don't put cheese on fish.
Okay. Hey, dude, what's a fillet of fish sandwich?
That's America.
There's cheese on fish, bro.
Yeah, but we do that.
All right, Kiwi, don't worry about it. Did we find out what Chinese people hit in their cars?
Probably other Chinese people.
I meant animals.
There's
you
a
idiot.
billion people over there.
It's not like Dave's.
Some of them got to be slow.
It's not like Dave's living out in the woods and just like runs across the street for no reason.
They're animals that I'm not sure what exactly they are.
Oh,
Okay,
they're
me-
that scary?
A polecat?
A polecat.
Polecat sounds like a scratch up.
Plateau pica?
Pika?
Pika?
Is that a Pokemon?
These are Chinese animals?
That's what she says.
Himalayan
Goat?
marmot?
Oh, a
Marmot?
plateau Pika looks like
Like a cat?
no, it looks like a big hamster, a bunny. It's like a
Oh,
bunny
okay.
with no ears.
Oh.
Okay.
So they don't have regular bunnies over there either.
Well, they
huh?
might have regular bunnies.
Doesn't sound like it.
All right, let's take a break, you dumbass. We got Where They Went coming up in about 15 minutes. But
Okay.
before we get there, this might be the most iconic private home in America.
Oh.
No, seriously. Like,
Okay.
There's the White House, and then
Yeah.
there is this
Yeah,
when it comes
yeah.
to like places people know. Did you see this story?
Yes.
If you want to own this home,
Man, if I had the bank.
what are you going to do with it?
Be him.
Why would you even want to live there?
It's one of the coolest places.
But no, it's actually junky.
Well, now but it's frozen in time.
We'll tell you what is up for auction and why this man's family is doing everything they can to stop this from happening. They're saying it's fraud.
Yeah, pay your bill.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, I think you can make the argument this is legitimately the second most famous house in America, the most famous privately owned home.
I think you're right.
And you could own it depending on what happens on Thursday.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Give us about 10 minutes. We got Where They Wine It coming up.
Oh, boy.
Here in the break room on CMF. Graceland. Elvis is home.
Yeah.
Could be going up for auction.
I'm in.
Okay. Yeah.
If I had the money, I'd buy it.
Okay. So here's the thing. The reason it could possibly be going up for auction, there was a whole bunch of drama and legal stuff, but the Cliff's Notes version, the entity that runs Graceland is apparently upside down on a $3.8 million loan that daughter Lisa Marie Presley took out before she passed away.
Right.
Her daughter, actress Riley Keough, you familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
Okay, so Kimmy, yes.
Yeah.
Says
he watches the same shows I do.
What was she in?
What?
What was she in?
Do you want me to name all the stuff?
Well, give me one.
Daisy Jones and the Six.
Oh, she was the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was good.
What a loser you! Oh my God, I love that show.
I did.
Oh my God, it's so good. I love that cat.
She's a little cutie.
Well,
I can't say Elvis's granddaughter is not a cutie.
How old is she?
she's an adult.
She's of age.
Yeah.
She's probably like 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still creepy for you to say. Anywho, Riley Keough, who is Elvis's granddaughter, says her mom's signature on that loan is fake. They're saying it's fraud.
Yeah, so did I every time I went to the bank. Yeah, I didn't sign that.
A lawsuit has been filed to push off the foreclosure that was scheduled for this Thursday. It looks like it's going to be pushed off so they can figure all this stuff out. So, for those who don't know, not only is this the home that Elvis built after he got famous, where he allowed all his friends and family to live on trailers on the property.
And the photos are amazing.
Elvis, his parents, Lisa Marie, and her son are all currently buried on the property. Priscilla Presley also plans on being buried there when she passes
so they're
away.
all there.
You got it. There's a family gravesite.
Yeah.
And the family has vowed that they're going to keep it within their family. That's why Riley Keough, the actress, is fighting so hard for this. So the loan was only for $3.8 million. That property is worth way more than $3.8 million, right?
Yeah.
It's a national landmark.
Yeah.
It is an American landmark. It's also junkier than you think.
So I went there in the early 90s. And it was like he was still living there. I mean, everything was set up just as it is. So it sounds like they just let the place go.
So is it set up like a museum where you kind of just walk around and they show you stuff?
Okay, when I say junkier, I don't mean they haven't taken care of it. They have taken care of it. What I mean is it's not what you would expect for a mansion of the greatest American rock and roll.
Yeah,
it's
not big.
It's kind of cheeseball, man.
Well, even like the airplane at that time, I think it was like right across the street. You could go through the fuselage. It was like all red shag carpet. It looked like something out of the 70s.
Pretty sweet, man.
It had like the floral wallpaper. Yeah, the 3 TVs that he had, the jungle room.
Like, I don't know. First of all, he died in that house.
He died in the bathroom.
That's what I'm
on the crapper.
Everyone knows he took a dump dying.
No, he didn't. He just passed away. Oh, this is Elvis. I want 3 large pieces. Don't give me 4. And all the fries you can spare. I love pizza, man, pizza. I love another peanut butter and natter sandwich.
Okay, listen. I understand it's super famous. You would bid on this? You would want this?
If I was a rich guy, I know, the Japanese are crazy for Elvis. They are.
Shut up.
I'm guessing a rich Japanese businessman would buy that place.
He would buy it to keep it open as a museum to make money.
Maybe he wants it for himself. He's a rich guy.
So you would want to live in that house if you had the money?
That would be so cool to wake up in Elvis's house.
No, it wouldn't. First of all, it's dated, like you said. You couldn't change anything. It's a museum. Or
I mean,
else
if you
no one would
appreciate
care.
the history of it, you're not changing it. So you would have to live in it gently, where you're not going to ruin anything, I guess.
Also,
it would be a weird.
We'll work that out later.
Side by side.
You're not even an Elvis fan.
I am of the history of Elvis.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't listen to his music. But
other than that, I'm really into Elvis. I don't watch his movies. I don't listen to his music.
I've seen his movies.
Okay. When's the last
You're
time you watched?
just fascinated by him as a human being.
Which I understand. I just don't want to live in a place where he died in the bathroom I'm using. His literal dead body is in my backyard along with the rest of his family
Think of
members.
when the sun hits it just right, you can kind of smell Elvis. He smells like Aqua Velva and Skin Bracer.
Kimmy, if you were in Memphis, would you even be interested in going to see Graceland?
Oh, yeah. I think that would be like
you
a big...
didn't let her finish before your old man waved her.
Right at me. No, I think that's one of the main things to see in Memphis, right?
Memphis is a hell of a city, man.
But it is the main thing.
But I mean, like,
And Memphis has gone downhill over the years anyway, man.
when was the last time you were there?
Shut up, man.
It was going downhill when I did comedy there.
Bro, no, it wasn't.
It got. I'll tell you why.
Oh, my God.
Because like between Nashville and New Orleans,
You're saying like
and
other
Vegas,
touristy places.
Yeah, they're not
popped up
going
in its
down to
place.
Beale Street to hear a BB King tune. It's just not happening.
Okay.
Anymore. It got very dangerous.
No, it didn't.
Memphis
West
is a
Memphis
very.
is dangerous. In Arkansas, Memphis is not.
That's why they put it in Arkansas.
I would say this would definitely be on your bucket list of things to do in Memphis.
Oh yeah,
right?
it's
Most
number
people.
one. You're telling me you fly into Memphis. What are you doing first?
Well, you're walking in Memphis, first of all.
What are you
I
doing?
put on my blue suede shoes,
Where are you going?
board the plane, touchdown, and land to the Delta Blue in the middle of the
With that
pouring
stupid pyramid
rain.
thing they build?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's now the world's largest Bass Pro Shop. I'm not making that up. That's a true story.
That makes sense.
No, look, I've been to Memphis. I've never been to Graceland. I went and did other stuff. I wasn't interested.
An American icon. You love history.
No, I do. I don't know. Like
You
I
wouldn't want to just see it. Just to
I mean,
say
you're
it's-
walking into a building that
you
the
were there?
Beatles were hanging out in.
Sure.
All these iconic 70s and 60s artists went to Graceland.
And there was a
Like
pretty.
the Stones went to Graceland
Okay,
because
I understand.
it was like religion to them.
I don't know. I didn't want to commit all the time it would take. I don't know. I've never been a big Elvis guy.
Committed to that. You were a busted ass comedian with nothing to do all afternoon but wank.
Wait, what are you doing? The Stones now?
Yeah.
He's white in the jungle, bro.
Little piece of man, I got and he's wanking in my jungle room.
252 WCMF. Again, Graceland could be going.
Man, wank.
Graceland could be going up for auction. There is a document signed by, allegedly, Lisa Marie Presley, who passed away, right before she passed away, that she took out a $3.8 million loan. They've been taking out loans to try and keep the...
Going.
Yeah, exactly. That is in default. Her daughter, actress Riley Keough, says that it's fraud. She never actually signed those documents. She has filed a lawsuit, which has kept the auction, which was supposed to happen Thursday. By the way, that's pretty quick turnaround to auction off Graceland. Like,
This
we
is
had
real
no
quick.
idea this existed. Thursday, it's going up for sale.
Yeah, no kidding.
And again, we don't know how it's going to play out. I do hope it stays in the family just because I don't want to see what corporate America does to Graceland.
They'll
It's
probably
interesting.
clean it up.
Oh, shut up.
It's interesting that there aren't rules though in the favor of a family of a home that has all their relatives buried there. You know
Well,
what
it
I
is
mean?
weird because it's a registered landmark, and I don't know if that's just for Tennessee or if that's like a national landmark.
Yeah, but
So,
I mean,
what? Yeah, it is weird. Like you have a burial
Yeah.
on site.
well, yeah.
Like, if they-
is that-
I mean, that's very unusual that you have a famous person's house with a grave there.
Bro, it's Tennessee. I think you can bury anything you want. Nobody's gonna say.
Well, back in
anything.
the day, for
No,
sure.
I'm even saying now.
Wise men buried right next to the swimming pool.
Yeah, man, you get two cannonballs while looking at the corpse of Elvis Presley. It
That's
doesn't
pretty
sound-
goddamn cool, man.
All right, let's take a break. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. It's time, baby.
What are we doing?
Massage your brains.
Oh.
Call us if you want to get in. Now's your chance. This is your guarantee. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Phone lines are open. What do you mean, what are we doing? You know what we're doing. We're getting out of business, bitch. I'm feeling it today.
Are you?
I've been thinking. Oh, look, I've been coming in
Only
unprepared.
star you got, you're sitting on.
What is that, Kimmy? What does that mean?
Your starfish.
No, I got it. It's not a star.
It's a starfish.
Yeah, it's okay.
Still a star.
Kimmy's got a post. She's going to read it out loud. We're going to figure out where they want it. We're going to do it next.
All right.
Here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Let's effing go.
Come on.
I'm going in confident.
I'm so laid back today.
Good.
Because, once you wrapped it up, you made the playoffs. Get that bye
I love
week.
how you're just making
chill.
up rules that don't exist. There
I'm
is no
just chill.
playoffs. There's no bye week. In fact, I encourage you to take all the bye weeks you'd like. More of that. That more here. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock. 96.5 WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It is time for Where They Whine. And folks are waiting patiently. And if you're joining us for the first time, we'll explain how this works.
Yeah, how does it work?
Kimmy's got a post. She's going to read that you folks have sent her from the neighborhood app. She removed street names and town references. And you will pick up clues.
Yeah, don't jump.
And don't listen to what Tommy says. Only listen to Kimmy.
Tommy makes up his mind after the first sentence.
And because you and me and everyone that can hear us knows every stereotype about every neighborhood, town, village in the greater Rochester area, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine it. All right?
Yeah.
All right. Folks are patient, have been sitting here for a while. You've got a star. I'm about to get my first star.
Wow.
And last week.
So everybody else should just hang up and go home.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not worried about you bitch-ass bitch.
I'm straight up chill today, bro.
You're straight up chill, are you? Yeah?
Straight up chill.
All right, this is enough of this. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's do this thing.
Lobster! Hilton! Eroticoi! Where they whining?
I just want to say up front, I have no idea if this post says anything about where it was posted, but I felt like it needed to be read.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, you'll see.
Okay.
Why are so many young men sporting mustaches these days?
Shut up.
I must be missing something. I see them everywhere. It wasn't a good look decades ago, and it definitely isn't any better now.
I'm looking at one now.
I have a beard, you idiot.
You also have mustachio.
No, I don't.
The mustachio,
It's
Patrick.
a beard.
Women do not find this attractive, and it's a terrible way to present your face to new people. No wonder young adults complain that they can't find work. No one is going to take you seriously with that silly, furry caterpillar sitting under your nose. It's distracting. Gone are the days of people caring about their appearance. It's bad enough that this facial hair trend came roaring back, but it's even worse if you can't grow one. It looks sloppy and unkempt. When I'm out at blank with my husband on a Friday night, the groups of men I see filing in with spotty facial hair is endless. There's no way I'd let my son out of the house looking like that. No chance. Fathers, do a better job of teaching your kids how to shave.
Yeah.
Do your job.
So I don't have to stare at beer foam and food particles trapped in their gross lip foliage.
It is gross.
Did you write this?
I can't wait until this trend is out for good.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, there is plenty to narrow down where that came from. All right, Tommy. What are you thinking when you hear that post?
Old people.
What? You think so?
Yeah, I mean, that's an old person's take
Okay.
about facial hair.
I don't know. I think the mustache looks stupid, too. I'm not old.
No, but you're into
I'm
the
still
big.
cool. I'm still cool.
But you're big hair guy. You,
What does that mean?
you look like Bob Seger's corpse.
Bob Seger is
Like
still...
if they found him actually in Kathmandu, stuck in the Himalayas, frozen in time. That's what you would look like. You look like dead 70s Bob Seger on a hiking expedition.
What are you thinking for the post, you dick?
Well, it's not Kathmandu.
Wait, does that count? He already said a place.
That doesn't
Disqualify him.
count.
No, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking they're old folk,
Okay.
and they live in an old folk area.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, where do you see a lot of groups of men hanging out?
Other than your backyard?
I'm going to say these people live in Park Avenue. They live on the ABC streets, Park Avenue.
So you're going to go in the city.
Because they go out to eat, and they see large groups of men out dining. Where are all the hipster bearded buffoons going? They going down to Park Avenue. They're going to sit at Giants and eat a Reuben and drink a white wine and try to make the
Wait,
scene.
you're getting a Reuben and a white wine? Who drinks white wine while eating a Reuben?
Those hipster douches.
Shut up, idiot.
Your Gunther crowd.
Okay, you're wrong. You're absolutely
You say
wrong
that
about
every week, and I've won.
And you've won one time. I was right 12 out of 15
Well, I'm calling
times.
Park Ave,
Okay,
man, because that's where the hipsters are.
No, it's very simple. This has
Oh,
nothing.
is it so simple, Starless Boy?
This one hits close to home. For you.
Your home?
No, for you.
My home?
No, this is East Side. This is East Side.
There's no groups of roving men on the east side.
Yes, no,
Groups of roving men.
That's downtown.
No, here it is, and I'll tell you why. East Side young
The
men.
mustachioed men.
East Side young men have been growing mustaches because they think it makes them look more masculine. Because East Side boys need everything they can do to make themselves look more masculine.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
This is your call,
My
man.
dad has a boat, and I'll wear my mustache, and we'll go out on it, and it'll be fun. When she says I'm out Friday night in that post, and you said my husband, right? I guess I should, yeah. Well, when that person says,
So where are groups of men going on the east side?
What are you talking about?
On a Friday night.
How about that hot sports bar that you tell me about all the time with the art hanging out on the wall? See, a sports bar with art hanging on the wall seems like a place where a lot of young dudes with mustaches would be hanging out. In fact, Kimmy, we can attest, last time we went there, that night, there were lots of young dudes with mustaches hanging out inside that art-laden sports bar. Everywhere you go on the east side has a bunch of young dudes in mustaches just being cool, bro. Check out my Oak Hill hat and my mustache. I'm super cool. You know I'm right. Now you realizing it. They whining in Pittsburgh.
Okay. You're so off.
Bro, you always pick Park Ave when you think it's kids.
Yes.
Like there aren't young people across the greater Rochester area.
But there's been a big gap between when men had mustaches and now, right?
What?
There was a gap. Like there was a time in the 70s, mustaches like your old man.
You're saying like the trend.
Like your old man has a mustache.
He does. He
Right.
does. He used
And
to have a beard.
But he probably started out with the stash.
No, he went beard first, and
She
then he
means your
couldn't.
dad.
Oh, my dad.
Yeah, your old man.
I never know which one you're talking about.
Daddy beard, not hubby beard.
No, my dad had a beard. My dad used to have a beard back in the day.
Nobody did porn with beards back then. It wasn't legally
He didn't have
allowed.
a mustache until, like, I remember being like a little kid and he had a mustache, and then he went with no mustache. I don't know. He's changed it a lot over the years.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where the stash is at, bitch. There was one rule and one rule only.
What is that?
You could pick one town. One town.
You get one mustache.
If you're on hold and you hear your town said, you got two options. You can either A, hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be offended. Or pick a different town. If we pick up the phone and you say, oh, it was good, then I went, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has final calls on all. All right, let's start with a lady pick today.
All right.
What do you say?
Ladies know their stashes, man.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Because there's a bunch of restaurants, and there's one in particular on West Henrietta Road where the guys pile in, and they look like they're like really scrawny, homely looking. It's like grow the beard or trim it or shave it off.
All right, do you want to say the restaurant in which?
I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm dying to know, Christine.
It's 110 Grill.
Oh, I know that place on Jefferson Road there.
Sounds like a diner.
No, it's like it's what Buffalo Wild Wings used to be.
Oh, okay.
There are so many guys hanging outside, and then that new restaurant down the street, they're all hanging out outside, and they apparently don't know what a razor is.
Mustache rides on the Jeff.
So you don't like mustaches, Christine? It's not doing
she's
it
had
for you?
a few rides.
I do like mustaches. My husband has one, but you need to trim it, or you can't have one side bushy and the other side, like you're 5 and you're just trying to grow it. Can't do that.
All right, Christine. Well, thank you for the mustache advice. We really appreciate it. We got you for Henrietta, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go right in that area because of college kids. I'm going to say Brighton.
Why Brighton?
These are guys from RIT and MCC who haven't learned how to fully grow a good mustache yet.
Okay. It sounds like you didn't want to pick Brighton initially, Barber. That's what I'm getting here. You didn't want to pick Brighton.
No. I don't know.
Well, okay, no.
He ain't Brighton, man.
Well, no, here's the thing. There aren't a lot of places in Brighton like go out. Like, I mean, when you
There's
think
no place to hang.
Yeah, like restaurants.
We're not saying she's going to a restaurant in Brighton. I just say she's from there and she's going somewhere nearby.
Okay.
And that's someplace nearby, but she's from Brighton.
Okay.
And nearby is MCC and RIT and U of R.
Where's the way? Okay, so MCC is in Brighton. RIT is in.
It's in another place.
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Chris, where are they whining, bud?
Morning, guys. Fairport?
Why Fairport?
There's a canal and all the places down there. You had a lot more younger people.
Okay.
They do seem to find water.
What, mustaches?
Yeah.
What, wait,
They're like deer. They need a water source the whole time.
if that's the case, then maybe Pittsford was a great pick then, wasn't it?
Different water.
Oh, different kind of water?
Yeah.
You mean the same exact damn water that runs through Fairport, you idiot?
I like the Fairport's not a bad pick.
Chris, what'd you say?
You can say you like the pick. You just can't say that's the winner. And
See?
he's safe.
I was just asking what he said. I
He's
didn't
safe.
hear him. What do you want from
I
me?
just said
want to
that's a
clarify.
Quality pick.
Chris, how old are you, buddy?
36.
36? Are you a stash guy or nah?
I have a goatee stash combo.
Oh.
I
So
haven't
you
seen,
own
I haven't
some
seen a goatee in a
bongos?
while.
Who has a goatee unless you're evil? Like you own a couple of capes.
Chris, we got you for Fairport, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252
I can't think of the
WCMF.
last time I saw a goatee.
When Beatniks died.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to James. James, where they whining, buddy?
Well, somebody got my pick already.
Wait, what was it?
And somebody, no, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to fall for that. Jeez.
All right, well, give me a
You
pick
always
then.
do that. You were so devious.
Yes, devious. That's probably on account of my goatee.
You got a goatee. Oh, shit.
Whoa, Kimmy, dumb. All right, James, where are they whining, buddy?
Greece.
Why Greece?
Because if I say Greece every week, I'm bound to win sooner or later.
Okay, see.
All right, West Side beer.
He's got a
West
strategy.
West Side mustache, but that's usually the chicks.
Yeah, West Side mustache. No, I grew up in Greece, and everybody tried that. And we started in high school trying to grow mustaches and stuff.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
James, thanks for the call. Have a good rest. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's get one more in here before we have Kimmy reread for the folks that are just joining us. Let's talk to Tam. Tam, where they whining, buddy?
Hey, it's got to be Rondacoit.
Why Rondacoit?
She sounds older and something about younger people. Old makes young.
Okay.
In a town that's full.
Not a bad call.
Town is full. Okay, that's a good call. But no, here's the thing. When I think mustaches, I don't think Rondacoit.
You forget all the young people that moved in there.
No, I
Many ethnicities.
Okay.
A lot of them are stachioed. There's
What?
certain
What?
ethnicities that have moved in.
Could you, yeah.
Some immigrants
Name
that
me,
they're big.
name me an immigrant culture that's big on the mustaches.
Ukrainians.
Shut
Full
up.
of stash.
What are you talking about?
Ukrainians have stash. Italians have stash.
No, Italians have stash, but it's not like Italians are new. There's not like boats coming from Sicily.
Have you been seeing what's going on in Ukraine right now?
Yeah.
Some of those mustaches run around all over the place.
What are you talking about?
Even I think the guy who runs the place got a mustache.
No, bro, when I think of mustaches, I think like basic white dudes.
No, I'm
Those are the
thinking like
guys that are doing
hardy Eastern Bloc stash, like Stalin. That was a mustache. You didn't mess with that mustache. That
Tom,
was an evil ass mustache.
we got you for Rondacoit, buddy. Thanks for the call. All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy, can we get the post for the folks that
you
are just
sure
joining
can.
us? Thank you.
Why are so many young men sporting mustaches these days? I must be missing something. I see them everywhere. It wasn't a good look decades ago, and it definitely isn't any better now. Women do not find this attractive, and it's a terrible way to present your face to new people. No wonder young adults complain that they can't find work. No one is going to take you seriously with that silly furry caterpillar sitting under your nose.
By the way, what adult has complained we can't find work? It's an overabundance of work.
Yeah.
That's why we grew the mustaches, just to stick it. Go ahead.
It's distracting. Gone are the days of people caring about their appearance. It's bad enough that this facial hair trend came roaring back, but it's even worse if you can't grow one. It looks sloppy and unkempt. When I'm out at blank with my husband on a Friday night, the groups of men I see filing in with spotty facial hair.
Yeah,
Filing
it's
in.
not going to be groups of women with a mustache.
in.
Shut
You don't
up.
file in Pittsburgh.
What are
You're
you
not allowed
talking
to.
about? Okay.
The groups of men I see filing in with spotty facial hair is endless. There's no way I'd let my son out of the house looking like that. No chance. Fathers, do a better job of teaching your kids how to shave so I don't have to stare at beer foam and food particles trapped in their gross lip foliage. I can't wait until this trend is out for good.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, who said he believes it's an old couple, has this old couple down on Park Ave.
On the ABC streets. Those are expensive old homes.
No, I hear you. Yeah, and they go out down on Park Ave, old
They
couples,
do.
and they're so close.
You know a couple that did.
Don't point
May
at
he
me.
rest in peace. He was big down there.
We have cameras, you idiot.
I just did this. Doesn't mean nothing. I do this, and the widow's got to go, oh, they're talking about my husband. May he rest in peace.
I'm in Pittsburgh. Christine's in Henrietta. Barbara is in Brighton. Chris is out in Fairport. That's the one you said you liked Fairport, right?
That wasn't a bad pick.
Like, if you weren't going to pick Park Ave.
Yeah. What would I pick?
James is in Greece. Tom is out in Irondequoit. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Joey. Joey, where are they whining, buddy?
Hi, guys. I'm going to pick Brockport.
All right, why Brockport?
Because there's a lot of douchey kids, and they have that little mustache thing going. They can't grow up and have a full beard like me. So,
okay.
Yeah, I see them all the time at the shop. They come in, and they're all these little mustache, or they go to GameStop next door, and they always got them little chomo stashes. That's a bad look, man.
All right, Joey, how old are you, buddy?
They're 42.
42 years old, and you got a full-ass, kick-ass beard.
Yeah, it's like down to my belly button.
All right. Kimmy, thoughts?
On what?
Belly button beard?
Well, no, not a belly button beard. It's down to the belly button.
Oh, yeah.
Like ZZ Top.
Yeah.
Not my thing, but you do you.
Joey, we got you for Brockport. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, guys.
There goes Joey. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, where are they whining, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm going to say Canandaigua.
Why Canandaigua?
Ooh, Lake Stash.
The main stretch, all the restaurants, everything's outside. I bet you someone's passing by and seeing it, and it's bothering them.
I don't hate Canandaigua. I don't hate that pick.
Really?
Yeah.
So if you didn't pick what you picked, you would have picked.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm picking Pittsford, and I would have picked Pittsford. But I don't hate Canandaigua because it does have that same
But
kind
it's
of
a seasonal stash.
What do you...
That's not year-round. See, this thing that she's
Seasonal?
talking about is
Yeah.
a year-round stash.
You don't know that.
Yes.
No, bro, here's why.
She goes out every Friday night and sees it. Well, you don't have roaming bands of men in the cold.
Yes, you do.
In Canandaigua?
Sure
No.
you do. No, here's why. Because
you got like 4 bars.
the same theory I'm using for Pittsford applies to Canandaigua because we know that Canandaigua is a town of have and have-nots, but the haves, the men that have, like the young boys with the mustaches, they got to do something to look tough because it's hard to be like, big old tough guy when Mommy and Daddy own a lake house on Canandaigua Lake and we're going to have dinner at the lake house, which is also the name of the resort down there. Kevin, we got you for Canandaigua. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Pig.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Chuck. Chucky, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going with Victor.
Why Victor?
Just a matter of fact, my wife and I were out there, and we were laughing about some guy with Crocs and a horrible mustache, and I just think it's going to be Victor.
It's funny that, like, Kimmy, like, the young guys are now, they have the same fashion that dads had 10 years ago, Crocs and a crappy mustache.
Yeah.
It was horrible. We were laughing about it. It was just the other day we were laughing, and so I got to go with Victor.
All right, Chuck, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Penfield.
All right, why Penfield?
I don't know. I just think it's East Side. Penfield's one of the ones that haven't been picked, and I just think it's Penfield.
Why? Which one did you want on the East Side?
No, Penfield is where I was at my whole time.
Mark, we got you at Penfield, buddy. Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. All right, we tried this 2 weeks ago, and it was a very interesting experiment in humanity.
Oh, yeah. I forgot,
we're going to try it again because...
The fusion.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, look.
East meets West.
It is East Coast Ben and West Coast Ben joining us right now. Ben is on CMF. Hey, Ben, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you doing?
All right, good. Pause.
Good to hear from you.
Wait, give me 1 second. We got to get Austin, also known as West Coast Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Austin, how are you, buddy?
The one great BJ Shea once said, "Hola, bitch, hola."
Oh boy.
He should be disqualified for that.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys know what I'm planning here because today I'm gonna let you guys make your own individual picks because it's not fair to spring it on you. But from now on, where are they whining? My new plan is.
What is it?
All right.
Accurate.
Because Ben and Austin are the same person.
Boston?
Different coasts.
Yes. We went
Same person. Austin.
Austin was one of the suggestions.
Boston.
We could call him Boston. From now on, guys, we're going to take your call last, as we normally do with Ben. and you two have to now come up after this week.
One pick.
With one pick.
What?
One pick. Both of you will have to talk it out because
All
look,
right.
you guys, I feel like you could be buddies, and we're going to make you two talk it out and come up with one Ben, Boston, East Coast, West Coast Ben pick. All right?
Oh, my God.
So enjoy your final week of individuality. Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with, this is my theory here, is that these are hockey kids because the playoffs are happening right now.
Okay.
They're trying to grow in their creepy little pathetic playoff mustaches. So it has to be a hockey town. And one of the bigger hockey towns in Rochester is Webster.
Okay, that's not
And
terrible.
then you got, so also this is probably some older lady who's going to like Bill Gray's or Webster Hot or something like that to grab their Friday night fish fry.
Okay.
And all the other
she's
guys are
fat.
coming in.
She's a fat woman.
I didn't say that.
You've
said that.
implied. She's fish
All right,
frying
all right.
at Empire Hot.
No.
And she fat.
All right, so East Coast Ben has Webster. West Coast Ben, what do you think, buddy?
I'm thinking Gates.
Why Gates?
Why not Gates? That's my reasoning.
I can't tell who's laughing right now.
That was me.
Okay.
That was me.
No, I can't tell who said
No,
that. Was me. You guys are the same
Gates
person.
isn't a bad pick, though.
Why is Gates not a bad pick?
You get those, the guys just getting out, got the, prison stash.
Okay, so just speaking from experience, I grew up in Gates, right? You know that. Every teenager in Gates can grow a full-ass mustache
The mustache
and beard.
never went away.
No, it does. Like, I'm telling you, I don't know if it's the chemicals in the dirt, but you can grow...
7 to 10 days.
It's done. It's
They
over.
got like a chia face.
We got a lot of Italians over there, too, and you guys grow hair like you're hair growers. That more.
One of these days, I'll be getting a star, man.
All right, so listen, Ben, Austin, I know you guys have reached out to each other. From this point forward,
Get to work.
everywhere they whine in, you two will make the final pick together as Boston or Osben. We haven't decided yet, so maybe it's good for you guys to communicate to figure out what page you're going to be on. All right?
Hey, just for the record.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
I don't dislike Austin. I don't dislike him.
Well, but do you like Austin?
I haven't really met him and gotten to know him.
Ben, you are so bad at this.
Away.
Ben, you are so bad at making new friends. I don't dislike you. Do you like him?
I don't know.
I can't say. I mean, I don't know.
This is like the first day
I
of
don't
summer
hate him.
camp.
That's the most annoying summer camp
Yeah.
of all time. All right, boys. Great to talk to you. I'm looking forward to next week's experiment, all right?
All right.
All right.
All right, see you. Ben and West Coast Ben leaving the break room.
They are
on
so
CMF.
going to screw this up, man.
Why do you think we're doing it,
It's
man?
going to be the worst.
All right. To recap.
All right,
Are we
what we
ready?
got?
All right. So Tommy's on Park Ave.
Number 1.
I'm in Pittsford. Christine's in Henrietta. Barbara is in Brighton. Chris is in Fairport. James is in Greece. Tom is out in Irondequoit. Joey's in Brockport because those kids out there with the mustaches, they got a belly button beard. Kevin is in Canandaigua. Chucky is in Victor because he just saw this the other night. Mark is in Penfield. Ben is in Webster. West Coast Ben is in Gates. And unfortunately, we didn't get anybody to accidentally disqualify themselves.
No.
All right.
All right.
Are we ready?
We're all locked in.
Let's do this.
I'm straight up chill.
Shut up.
I'm going to drink my water.
Good. Go.
Spencerport, Gates, Henrietta, where they whining.
The star lies on the canal this week, my friends. Because they whining
Where?
Come on. Come on.
in Fairport!
You're so close. You
I forgot
missed
who
the
picked
wrong part of the
Fairport.
canal.
Chris? Was it Chris?
Chris.
Congratulations, Chris. You picked the right canal town, my friend.
It's the
So
same
close.
logic.
It's the same water.
It's the same. No, good. You different water.
And I said it was a good pick. And I said your pick, wrong water.
It's literally
different vibe,
Shut up, man.
It's a
Shut
different
up.
vibe.
It's the same
Fairport is very
logic,
laid back money.
You idiot. Fairport's laid back money with their government subsidized porches?
Compared to Pittsford, yes.
Oh my God, you gotta be effing kidding me.
Fairport's a resort town.
Shut up.
Pittsford ain't.
What?
Fairport's almost like you're on vacation.
Okay. Is that funny? This is infuriating.
Why? You lost.
Based
Just
on
admit
the
it.
way you were talking, I thought you were going to pick Fairport, and then you went just down the road.
He hates Pittsford so much. He wanted it to be Pittsford.
No, I don't. I got no
He
problem.
willed
with
it.
I got no problem with a bunch of East Side kids that can't grow mustaches and look soft, trying to look tough. I mean, I got no. Do what you do.
It doesn't sound like you have a problem.
No, I'm just saying. Like, whatever makes you happy.
Like 7 put-downs in one statement.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an East Side. I'm an East Side
Here
boy.
comes put-down Pat. Starless put-down Patty boy.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, we're a little while away from a major U.S. election.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it turns out that every election we have, there are fewer people that want to be a part of that election. And I don't mean by voting. I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know, participation in government can be a problem here in America. You know, but I'm not talking about voting.
Oh.
It turns out that the most powerful job, arguably in the world, is something almost nobody wants.
Well, it looks pretty hard.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, and a survey of 5,000 Americans, which is a pretty good cross-section. Only about 25% of U.S. citizens said at some point in their life they wanted to be president of the United States.
Oh, all right.
But it turns out that even most of the people that said at some point in their life wanted to be president only wanted to be president when they were little kids.
Yeah.
As we speak, adults in America, less than 10% say they want to be president of the United States.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think so too, based on modern society. Compared to like when my father's generation. Like when you were president back then, they didn't have all this endless dirt that they could dig up on you, right? Like people didn't know, half the country didn't know FDR's legs didn't work. Think about that. They didn't know he was crippled.
That's a great point.
And they voted for him. So like now, it's moving forward. Whoever shows it, man, they're gonna have everything on you. There's gonna be all this endless video, everything you texted.
You could do everything right and people will still hate you. You know what I mean?
You could just be standing next to the wrong person in history for 5 seconds.
There's so many things.
You know what I mean?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Are you one of the 8% of adult Americans that wants to be president of the United States? I mean, look, here's the thing. It's not great because it's a very small sample size of Americans to pull, the leader of the free world out of, right? Like if half of kids growing up want to be president, well, that's something they're going to strive to. You got to pull something great out of it, right? If less than 10% of adults want to run for president of the United States, we're only going to get the psychopaths.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that's a hell of a lot of arrogance to think you can do that job.
Of course.
Either you're super smart and confident or you are super dumb and arrogant. Like one of those two.
But they always get elected.
So, well, somebody has to get elected. It's not like we have a pass year.
But those are your two choices usually, right?
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So the most amazing part of this story, but before I get there, neither of you want to be president?
No.
Now you want that job.
Thank you.
No, Kimmy,
I couldn't handle it.
No kidding.
No, but I mean...
Guys, I don't know if you know this.
For
I
many
could
reasons,
be president.
But more so just like I would not be able to hear like negative things about myself all the time.
Yeah, but you're also cold. Like, I could see you just pulling the trigger on something and go and say, hey, man, that's the way it goes. See ya, said country. You just got kimmied.
Wait, did you say you couldn't handle negative things said about you all the time? What is your job?
Well, I'm saying... But even if you don't become president, you go through the campaign process... only to hear terrible things about yourself, and then you don't even win in the end.
That would be
and you spend all this money and time.
Hail to the flatty.
Boo. Hey, you're president. Take it, man.
Yeah, like just there's just too much disappointment involved.
Okay. Now, Tommy, I know you can handle people saying bad things about you. Why don't you want to be president?
Because it's work, man.
Yeah?
They want to shoot you. I mean,
that wouldn't be. Never mind.
I would love the car and the plane though. Like having that car and that plane would be badass.
Well, yeah, but you don't get to like jet off on vacation. Like you're going to do more work and shake more hands.
But there's work and then there's work, right? I got an issue down in Miami. I got to see what's going on.
Okay. I love how you're like, I want the plane in the car. They have the plane in the car because they are president. That's why they get the plane in the car.
All right.
No?
No.
So the most amazing part of the study, again, a survey of 5,000 Americans showed that only 8% of American adults want to be president of the United States. There is no difference amongst party lines. Between Republicans, Democrats, and independents, almost all of them hang around the 8% of adults that want that job. So it's not like Republicans are more arrogant than Democrats are more arrogant than independents, or that they feel a duty to want to do that
serve
job.
your country.
Exactly. Well,
those guys never win.
There is, however, a generation who wants to be president right now more than any other.
Who's that?
Can you guess?
The young kids?
You nailed it. Gen Z.
Well, there's...
So what age is that? 20, 30?
I think that would be like high school senior up until like late 20s, or I don't know anymore. I can't even tell.
Are your kids Gen Z?
No, my kids are under Gen Z.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But I can see that generation looking at how screwed things up, how old these politicians are, and going, this has got to change.
Okay, so that's the idealistic way to look at it. I also think that those people are young enough and naive enough to think the world isn't going to
It's a
screw
combo of both.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to make a difference in
There's
this
still-
world, and this
yeah.
world isn't going to screw me over, and I'm a good person, and I'm going to take my ideals. And See, it's weird that you went the higher. Like, I'm going to, I would have thought you would have had the more cynical take on that one.
Really?
I thought we were going to be on the same page here. But the fact that you're giving Gen Z credit.
But that makes sense to me.
Just that age of people in general.
Because if I was a kid now and I'm looking at guys that are older than my grandfather,
that's a good point.
That are going to tell me how the world is changing so fast that they could keep pace with this. It's impossible.
Because I'm trying to think
I mean, you have Mitch McConnell frozen. I thought my TV was frozen. The dude literally froze. I've never seen that before, man. These guys are getting injured, getting out of bed and putting their shirts on.
I'm trying to think the presidents that you witnessed. So Kennedy was shot when you were 10?
Yeah, and Kennedy was in his... No, Kennedy... Wait, JFK?
Yeah.
I was 4.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry.
It was 63, right?
Okay,
yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, we went to the moon in 69. Shut up. Doesn't matter.
And he was in his 40s.
And even Nixon, who looked old, was only in his...
50s.
Yeah, right?
Right.
You never really had an old-ass president until you got to Reagan.
Right.
And at that
and
point,
that was that's all they made fun of, is that he was ancient, and he's way younger than what we got now.
Yeah, but can't you make the argument modern medicine changes how long you're able to do things?
Some things. But you can't keep pace.
So then how long until that wanting to change the world and be president wears off? Does it wear off with that generation, or do they continue having that passion for politics, or are they at some point, do you realize, well, guess it's harder to change than I thought?
I'm the wrong person to ask because I never wanted to be president, so I don't know. I mean, did you ever want to be president?
I never wanted to be president, but I guess there was probably an age where I thought the world was going to be different when I got older. You know what I mean? You always think things are going to get better. You know what I mean?
No, I was a very depressed child.
Not even when you were a teenager, did you think especially when they're teaching you about, recycling and stuff like that, you're like, oh, we're going to change the world. We're going to clean everything up.
Again, keep in mind when I was 15, 16, 17, what I was doing.
Okay.
I was drinking in a bar with the man that sits across from me, telling jokes with a bunch of busted ass, broke, no talent bum comedians. So no, I didn't really have a lot of high hopes for this world.
Fair.
But I wonder if women go, well, there's been no woman president. What's the point? It seems so hard. They
I
can't
think that
even
would
get
inspire people, especially women, more.
Little girls everywhere.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Little girls everywhere.
Where are the little girls? I ask. America turns to you, little girl.
Has anybody seen a bunch of little girls?
Run the world, little girl.
Come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
A little 2 for Tuesday, Rapperoozy.
For a Rapperoozy. It's an Italian Tuesday.
Rapperoozy.
Jolene's on her way in just a little while.
Jolene.
Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my music away, Jolene. Musica. Jolene.
Is that the Pavarotti cover of Dolly Parton?
Yes.
Yeah. Tomorrow is a
right.
Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's going to be hate time.
And there's a lot of hate.
In this room, constantly.
I meant with this topic. It was 2.5 weeks ago, we found out that the Palmyra Police Department had arrested a grandmother and a great-grandmother.
Oh, yes.
In several incidents. How do I put this?
Well, they're arrested because the granddaughters were causing
Granddaughter
grandkids.
and grandson. Yes, the
Causing
people.
problems.
Yes, they were the responsible adults.
guardians,
Guardians,
yeah.
thank you, Kimmy, of these kids. And they had gone on this crime spree, and they had not stopped, according to the police department, and they couldn't punish the kids the way they wanted to. So, to send a message, they arrested these women, 61 and 77 years old. And we had talked about, Tommy, how that kind of felt uncomfortable.
Yes.
Right? Like, you got to do something, but is this a thing to do? Now, the Palmyra Police Department said they didn't want to do this, but then we found out a couple days after that one of the women, the 61-year-old, said she just had a stroke.
Yes.
Right? So that was on top of that.
Not good.
Mugshots brought him down to the station, this whole thing.
So we got a hate mail about this?
Well, yeah, Tommy, because this split people exactly in two. There are folks who are, like us, curious as to what this fixes. And then there are folks who stood up and applauded for this.
Oh.
And those folks that stood up and applauded were not happy with our take. We got a bunch of Facebook and Twitter messages, but this letter, I think, sends home the anger the most.
All right.
And we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who never wanted to be president.
No, thank you. I'm good.
For Tommy Muley, who's president in his head all the time.
He's got the shoes for it.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.